People always debate it. Who's the greatest player of all time? Dumb. It should be who's the greatest team of all time.
WGAG Radio.
Sorry, Showtime.
WGAG Radio.
Back to back.
WGAG Radio.
First three-peat.
WGAG Radio.
Even with the flu.
WGAG Radio.
No push-off. WGAG Radio. And my favorite. Radio. Tough to beat that. What? You think there's someone else? Prove it.
Look at the air. Look at the hang time.
How we do it around this motherfucker. Let me mute myself and shit. Let me give a special shout out to everybody that's in attendance today real quick from the top to the bottom. My man, Antichrist 666. What's good with you, baby? Big Stav is in the building. Black Hebrew Israelite, what's happening with you? Blatant Injustice. Charm 42. The Brock Honey Love is in the building. Farasha 70, what's good? My man Fish Toast all the way from DC. G Still Learning, what's good with you? My fairy godmother Get Real is in the building. All the guests tuning in, what's happening with you, man? Hope you're having a fantastic Monday. Special shout out to my girl Craze Radio. Don't forget, if you ain't got shit to do at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, tune in to Craze Radio for some indie independent music from independent artists played at Craze Radio on blogtalkradio.com. Also, I got to give a special shout out to my man, Live Antennas, also known as Born Stu. It is the God, Sakim Roz, in the building. It's an honor, Sakim. How you doing, baby? Special shout out also to my man, Self-Guided. Nefertiti surviving the game, of course, is in the building. Special shout out also to my man, 25212, Well-Dressed Majest, and J1 in that VIP chat room over there on Blog Talk Radio on WGAG Radio VIP chat room. I'm going to the bottom to the top. Goddamn, look at what we do around this motherfucking after party, man. One time for my girl, Queen Vita, is in the building, girl. You be making it right on time, honey. Special shout out also to Doc Mechanic in the building. She Doc is what I call her. Also, my man Vortex Surfers in the building. What's happening? Bam Gun. Good to see you, sister. How you doing today? Also, special shout out to the Math MD. My man Jay Illa's in the building. Also, I got to give a special shout out to my girl, Divine Mothers, Miss Sika. Charm 42 is in the building. What's good with you? Let me go up. Let me keep moving up. I hope I ain't missed nobody. And I think everybody else I've already gave shout out. At one time for everybody on the call lines, let me bring in the one and only my nigga, Babylon Don, into the 9-ball, behind the 9-ball on the Don Show count two. What's good with you, Babylon? How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing my best, Don, and you?
I'm doing my best, baby. It's good to hear your voice. I got to tell you that. It's an honor.
You already know, Don. So I'm ready.
Yeah. French Toast says it's a nice day in the nation's capital, nigga, in D.C. It is a beautiful day. It's an honor, man. We got to give thanks for, days like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is goddamn January the goddamn 13th. So, I don't give a fuck if they playing with the weather. If it's, what do you call it, motherfuckers? Is it Rothschild or Rockefeller got the weather machine?
Rothschild. Both of them really, though, but yeah, Rothschild.
Yeah, well, I just want to let them know if they're listening. We appreciate the sunshine this time, motherfucker. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, man. Let's. Okay, let's get into Let's move forward into the if anybody need the link, man, I don't know where y'all gonna get it from. The 9-ball. If we game, let's go ahead and get into it, because it's what we do around this motherfucker. With a 9-ball count too. All right. Published by those who care, of course. And in this volume, we're going into the introduction of sex first, which should be a lot of people's favorite topic. Sex, which is mine as well, for the record. I like talking about sex. Okay, let's move on. I don't like having sex. I just like talking about it. That's a big difference, okay? Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Now, which is total opposite of somebody who like talking about money and don't like having it, okay? But that's opposite for me. I talk about money and I like having it, okay? Fuck what you heard. Okay, now, let's go. Here we go. Introduction to SIX is what it's called, to SIX, S-I-X. Now, number one, in count one of the booklets called The Nine Ball, we Ethiopian scientists briefly introduce the Ethiopian to him or herself, which is nine. Of course, the Ethiopian race includes all people with genuinely kinky hair by nature. However, in this introduction, we shall introduce the Ethiopian to SIX. So are we clear? So count one on Neff's show, we was introduced to nine, and now in count two, we about to be introduced to SIX.
Right.
First note, hey Neff. First note.
Hi.
Now the first note. Now here we go. We got this is math now. So the first note that the digit 6 is the digit 9 upside down. That is 9 reverse. And this means that 6 is the opposite of 9. It also means that the power of 6 is sex, and the power of 9 is mind, M-I-N-D. Are we clear? The power of 6 is sex,
Yes.
and the power of 9 is mind. 2, since 9 and 6 are opposites, one has to represent life and the other death. One has to represent order and the other disorder. One must represent the standard in nature and the other substandard. One must represent the sun and the other the moon, etc. Therefore, just as the sun is the opposite of the moon, Tarkine, which is a word that we bought into this shit the other day, T-P, let me spell it for y'all. Drop some ashes on my keyboard. Excuse me. P-T-A-H-K-I-N-D. So you got Tarkine and you got mankind, okay? All right. Tarkine is the opposite of mankind. Tarkine is all people with genuinely kinky, meaning kinky hair by nature. And mankind is all peoples with straight hair by nature. And notice he keeps using the word by nature. So this, of course, is not racism. This is nature, and this is science. Are we clear on that? Please tell us that we're clear.
Yes.
Yeah, this is by nature. Absolutely. Same way dogs got fur by nature. Okay, motherfucker. Same way snakes got whatever the fuck that nasty shit is on their body by nature. Okay?
Right.
Same way frogs got what the fuck they got on their body by nature. Now, Tarkine became identified with mankind down through evolution. We clear on that?
Yes.
Tarkine, which is anybody that is genuinely, whose hair is genuinely kinky, became identified with mankind down through evolution. Terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Just identified down through evolution. 3,
Right.
evolution is the death and slow decay of a universe. Let's get that in our heads. Evolution is the death and slow decay of a universe. There are galaxies of universes throughout existence, just as there are galaxies of stars throughout a universe. And when a universe dies, that death is evolution. Are we clear on that? I'm going to do that again. Evolution is the death and slow decay of a universe. There are galaxies of universes throughout existence, just as there are galaxies of stars throughout a universe. And when a universe dies, the death is evolution. Hence, evolution is continuous decay and not improvement, as Caucasians would have us believe. So in other words, I'm clear on this shit. Caucasians will have us believe that evolution is us evolving into a greater species or prolonging life, when in fact evolution is a death and a slow decay. It's rotting.
That's right.
So now we're clear. This is right knowledge. You want to say something now?
No, I'm agreeing. No.
Hence, evolution is continuous decay and not improvement, as Caucasians would have us believe. Caucasians are ghost people called white people. A universe is a ball of ether whose diameter is in the range from 3 trillion times 6 trillion miles to 3 trillion times 9 nonillion miles, and whose insides are dotted throughout with liquid solid ball growth. Let's do that shit again, because this is some science shit.
Right.
Let me take it slow. A universe is a ball of ether whose diameter is in the range from 6 trillion. I'm sorry, start over. A universe is a ball of ether whose diameter is in the range from 3 trillion times 6 trillion miles to 3 trillion times 9 million miles. Are we clear?
Trying to paint
that
that
clear?
picture. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And whose insides, now the inside of that ball are dotted throughout with liquid solid ball growth. 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 Growth.
I wonder if you're referring to planets. I wonder.
No, universes. You didn't hear it? Let's start again.
Yeah.
A universe is a ball of ether. Now, mind you, everything exists inside of a universe.
Yeah.
Okay? Even though the universe exists within the all, or El Kalum, but a universe is a ball of ether. Let's go back. Let's do it. Let's go back. Where it says, there are galaxies of universes throughout existence, just as there are galaxies of stars throughout a universe. A universe is a ball of ether whose diameter is in the range from 3 trillion times 6 trillion miles to 3 trillion times 9 million miles, and whose insides are dotted throughout with liquid solid ball growth. Growth. We're just only dealing with what's inside the universe and how large of a ball of ether a universe is.
Okay. Because
and those liquid ball growths is good enough to
I can't hear you now. I think Neff wanna say what now?
Oh, I would say that's the only reason why I refer to planets when in reference to inside the dotted throughout the liquid solid ball. What I just pictured in my mind when you read that the inside dotted with planets. But,
but to have planets, you got to throw in the stars and the galaxies as well. But that's just the genetic makeup of a galaxy. Let's just not throw in the planets, because then it throw people off. You know what I'm saying? It'll confuse the people that we're only dealing with a universe is just a ball of ether, and its diameter and its miles times the whose insides are dotted throughout with liquid solid ball growth. Now that will be explained later. But say what, Babylon?
No, that was it. You explained it.
Yeah, because it would say whose insides are liquid solid ball growth, such as planets, stars, galaxies, and but let's just we don't want to we got to stay right inside the universe right now, so we can actually see this liquid solid ball growth. Growth.
I did want to add.
Means right now that means it will be revolving, or it goes through a revolution when we're dealing with growth. and it doesn't say decay or death. So that liquid solid ball grows. It grows and grows and grows and grows.
Right. Okay.
Which obviously can pull, because I know that stars and planets and galaxies have intellect. So it even chooses on which universe it wants to reside in. For an example, Neff, the universe in which that, let's say the one that we live in, I have to say this, those planets chose to live in inside that ball of ether, because it has intellect. So it moved closer and closer. It basically traveled to what we call our solar system today.
Right.
Because everything has intellect. So because there are multiverses or universes and galaxies and planets and stars, they chose to live inside a universe. They chose that. That's pure intellect. The same way how all of a sudden Pluto decided to move into our atmosphere, into our galaxy, into our universe, into our solar system. The same way there are other planets now that are not known to everybody that scientists have now seen in our galaxy, inside our universe, which shows you that these planets, stars, and galaxies have intellect, and they can go anywhere they fucking want to, the same way you can choose to where you want to live if it's a great place.
Right.
Or you can stay where you at if your universe is about to be destroyed, like somebody's community. They will stay in it even though it's being destroyed. But through intellect will get your ass to go to another universe, which is a ball of ether. All of that shit. So, yeah, that's how you can tell that it's all based on movement, because nothing in the universe, nothing in this universe or dimensions or in this galaxy or whatever fuck you want to call it, rests. So everything is constantly moving and vibrating just off of intellect. So now they've already said that there are a few more planets that they could see inside our universe that just got here, that just moved, decided to leave one universe and one universe and go to another one.
Right. No doubt about it. Claiming 81 Earth-like planets have been discovered within the last year or two. Yeah.
Right here in our universe. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Deep, ain't it? They like, man, we move, we get the fuck out of here. Now, the question is, what would make them interested in this universe, in this ball of ether?
It's been selected. It's up next. It's up next for some kind of ascension.
Yeah, that's some interesting shit, right? That's like when you move to another city or another state, the natives of the town say, why you come here? What made you choose this town?
Right. Like, this shit up and coming over here. Let's go over here. No doubt.
Okay, 4. Now, according to a law of nature in the code of the opposites, let's write that down in our book so we can be intellectual around non-intellectual people. A law of nature, according to a law of nature in the code of the opposites, everything that lives must die, be it flesh or spirit, visibly or invisible. And a universe is no exception, although it is the biggest existence that can be called a living being. So in other words, it looked like their universes have died, and that's why they're moving. Their community is being destroyed. So those planets that you said that they just found out about, Neff, that's moving into our universe, that's a dying universe. That's why they're relocating. That's why they're showing up in our universe.
I see that. Okay.
Yeah. Because once a universe dies, it's time for whoever fucks smart enough to get the fuck out before it take everything with it.
Right.
Yeah. And if creation is growth, then the universe is expanding. That's growth. Then contraction would be decay. And so it would start from outer to inner, this decay, this implosion or involution of a universe. So it would be hard for anybody in that universe to escape, because the further you are inner toward the universe, the harder it is to escape. The same would be with this, just our little solar system. We the third rock from the sun. So if something happened on the sun, we would feel the effects right after Mercury and Venus. We would be the third one to feel the effects.
Absolutely. Now, who made this statement? Before I die, I'm going to take some motherfuckers with me. What rapper said that shit?
Oh, man. Who said that shit? Oh, it skips my mind right now.
Come on, all you hip-hop fucking philosophers. I'm sorry, scholars. I know Jay Illa knows. Who said that shit? Before I die, I'm going to take some suckers with me or some shit like that.
It skips my mind.
God. All right, y'all tell me later. Okay, let's move forward then.
Hey, Don, is it all right if I add this, though? I wanted to say this. That one thing about what we was talking about earlier that I really wanted to add while we was talking about it, but you had moved on, was that the fact that he said within that universe are balls of spheres of what now? Liquid and what?
Liquid solid ball growth. GROWTHS. Growth.
Yeah, and so that tells us what he was telling us, that we really don't have a solid state. I mean a gas, such thing as gases, true gases, on this side of hydrogen in this universe. We really don't have true gases. Everything here is really solids or particles. Everything here dealt with it. So this is really like a really low level. And then you have what's called water, which is liquid, which comes as particles. You breathe air, mist, or water. So that moves to the ether. So what I'm saying is we're moving from an etheric state on the outer shell, if you will, and the inner shell. But we're moving from an etheric state down into a liquid, down into a solid state. So gases, liquids, and solids. This is what the universe is composed of. This is what he's saying. And then once you look up, I tried to tell people this one time before, look into platonic solids, because when he says the universe is a ball, then some understanding of platonic solids give you an understanding of what he's talking about. And then once you study the math on them, it'll bring you to a point where you understand why he say the universe is a sphere, and why it's not a tetrahedron, or why it's not a hexahedron, or an octahedron, or a dodecahedron, or a icosahedron. It's a sphere. So that's important, because these have opposites and things like that. That's it, Don.
Okay, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Babylon, for bringing that to the center of my intellect. Appreciate it, baby.
That's right.
That's right. Okay, so let me go back to 4. According to a law of nature in the codes of the opposites, everything that lives must die, be it flesh or spirit, visibly or invisible. And a universe is no exception, although it is the biggest existence that can be called a living being. Okay? A universe is living at one time and dead at another time. It is in order at one time and in disorder at another time. When a universe dies, evolution begins. When a universe dies, evolution begins. And evolution is 6. And 6 is the zodiac, the animal world. Death of a universe takes the forms of animal kind and the power of necromancy. Okay, let me say this real quick. The Brock, you don't return to the all. Stop it. That's wrong knowledge. You are already in the all. Okay? Let's get this shit in our fucking heads. Okay? Ain't no return when you're already in El Kaloum. See El Kaloum. And if y'all give me a minute, I swear one of these days when I get my life together, we're going to have Nuwapic class because, you know, so we can get our language together. But you're already in the all. You know what I'm saying? But the issue is that everybody don't know that they are a part of the all, right? And they don't know that they can succeed also as a part of the all. And they don't know that they can also fail as an individual.
Mm.
Even C.I.A, even being in the all. So you don't return because you're already there. Even your God, your ancestors, your little high priest of the spirit world, Obatala, Shango, whoever the Yemiyaya, whoever the fuck you want to call it, exists within El Kalum. Okay? You can't add to it. Finish the statement. Because where would you get it? You can't take away from it. Because where would you put it? Because where would you put it? All exists within the all.
That's right.
5. Now, y'all want to, Babylon, I heard you say, on the necromancy, and I will repeat it, and then you could expound on the, and
Oh, yeah, well, I
it, okay?
was talking about something prior to that, though, Don, a little bit before the necromancy. But it'll tie in if you're going to reread it. I would love to read it.
Okay, let me reread it, and then you jump in and tie it all in, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so you said before that, so
yeah.
Let's go to a universe is living at one time and dead at another time. It is in order at one time and in disorder at another time. When a universe dies, evolution begins, and evolution is 6. And 6 is the zodiac, the animal world. Death of a universe takes the forms of animal kind and the power of necromancy. Now, the reason why I brought you back to this, Babylon, because I want you to explain to me that last part. Death of a universe takes the form of animal kind and the power of necromancy. I'm trying to figure out the power of necromancy.
Okay, that's a great question now. And then I'm going to start from the top because I was kind of taking notes while you read. When he say the universe is in order at sometimes and in chaos or disorder.
With all these cigarette smokers around this motherfucker?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the way a person could overstand or comprehend that is mathematically. And the way I would explain that is that it's going to be kind of confusing. And I know, Don, you already know this, are going to get it right off because we talked about that right in that left brain shit. So what takes place is when he say the universe is in order, it is a disorder. If you look at it as odd and even numbers, the odd being order and the even being disorder. Now, somebody might say, why you say the even is disorder? Because if you have even numbers, then they have to fight over the center. They in competition for a direct center. Whereas if you got odd numbers, then there's a central number, a central figure, and this represents balance. So during the times of odd, when the universal numbers are at odds, then that is equality. And when it's at evens, that is inequality, or what we could call equilibrium and disequilibrium. And so what we are attempting to do is equilibrate, which is liberate ourselves. Now, the other thing is when he said death is evolution. See, earlier he said evolution decay without improvement. A person has to understand that decay without improvement is a sickness. That's like cancer. So that leads to extinction. And then he said death is evolution, basically. So basically, evolution is extinction, or it leads to it. And it is extinction because now the being got to mutate to a new being in order to survive. So evolution is based on survival, not on success.
Not on improvement.
Okay? improvement of the species. That's right, progress, development. And I didn't mean to say development. I don't like that word. So anyway, it said so then this leads us from death to evolution, the death of the universe, and then we get to evolution. Then evolution starts at death. That's where evolution
begins. When the universe dies, evolution begins. Right.
So then this is showing you that like 9 ether dies and 6 ether. So this
6
is
ether dies and 9 ether resurrects.
Yeah. And when 9 ether dies, 6 ether is born. The death of 9 ether is 6 ether. And so when you look at 6 ether.
No.
Holy Tablets, chapter 1. The death of 9 ether.
Well, read it again, because if I'm not mistaken, it says the death of 6 ether is gases.
Yeah, the death of 6 ether is
but there is no death in 9 ether. It just says 6 ether dies and 9 ether resurrects. There is no death of 9 ether. You won't find that nowhere in the L's Holy Tablets. It says when 6 ether dies, 9 ether resurrects, and 6 ether is ghost and age through time. In time.
I'm listening, Dad. I was just looking that up.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically what I was saying.
Did you look it up yet?
Yeah, okay, I'm going to get it. It says 9 ether is conscious and conscious is gases. Okay, let me find it right here. Primary, okay. So one result, well, let me find it because I know what you want to say. Okay, right here, I'm there. It reads, let me see. Melanin with the original creation. It reads, okay, here we go. 19, verse 19, chapter 1, L.A. Stag, the creation, chapter 1, tablet 1, verse 19. 9 ether is conscious and conscious gases. The Melanites, original woolly-haired, dark-skinned Moors came along with original creation. Original creation. That is, I broke myself. Okay. That is the same of ether forces that grew the universe. As nature, hold up, Don, damn. As nature was growing, these melanites were part of the original growth. Melanin grew with the original creation. To come along with the thing is to grow with or within a thing. 6 ether are 9 points from ether 1 into darkness. The melanites manifest from point 1 in hydrogen on into 9 elements. The 8th being oxygen for life. The dot, nugget, is the point of the origin of things, the first sum. Okay, let me see what it says. Okay, there are 2 kinds of ether, 9 ether and 6 ether in human form. 9 ether Negroid produce 6 ether Caucasians, and 6 ether produce ghosts, death. Not to be mistaken with ethers of hair that range from 6, 7, 8, and 9 in hair texture, from flat to hollow. 9 ether, this is verse 24. 9 ether will become 6 ether through time and age, die. In parentheses is the word D-I-E. 9 ether will become 6 ether through time and age, die. 6 ether becomes ghosts through time and age. 6 ether albinos is 9 ether Nuwapians in death. And ghosts.
Right, because everything has to evolve. Yes, let's keep going. This is
absolutely good. This is the evolutionary process of 9 ether, thus the need for resurrection.
And it goes right back to 6, and when 6 ether dies, 9 ether resurrects. Let's keep going. Keep reading that part. This is getting good.
Oh, okay, I had got it. Okay, I'm going to see it down. All right. Then it reads, so 6 ether albinos is 9 ether Nuwapians in death. And ghosts is the death of 6 ether. After the death of 6 ether, 9 ether resurrects again. 6 ether, 6 ether is the moon, and 9 ether is the sun. Hence, 6 ether is adverse to 9 ether, just as death is adverse to life. All this takes place within the all. So that was verse 28, the last verse.
Thank
and then
you,
he go living into the universe.
Read that part
he
again for us.
Okay, from the non-ether. Okay, from non-ether. He writes, there are two kinds. Wait, hold up. Simply melanites created the universe in their etheric form. Non-ether then personified themselves as flesh and blood beings. They became human beings from atoms to atom. There are two kinds of ether, non-ether and 6-ether in human form.
In human form.
Negroid, that's right, in human form.
Gotcha. That's why he says, in the law of nature, in the code of opposites, everything that lives must die, be it flesh or spirit, visibly or invisibly, or invisible. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the cure for black people is in what? That's what made the Africans eat them albinos, because they felt like the cure for their survival is in eating the albino, because the albino represented their death.
Okay, keep going real quick, and then we'll get back into the 9-ball.
Okay, there are two kinds of ether, non-ether and 6-ether in human form. Non-ether Negroid produced 6-ether Caucasians, and 6-ether produced ghosts, death.
Non-ether Negroid produced 6-ether Caucasian. Let's go. And 6-ether Caucasian produced death. Got it.
Ghost, death.
Ghost.
Not to be mistaken with the ethers of hair that range from 6, 7, 8, and 9 in hair texture, from flat to hollow to round.
Mm-hmm.
So non-ether gases is not to be confused with non-ether hair.
With the physical. The gases
are
not to be confused with the flesh. Let's go.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Non-ether will become 6-ether through time and age. Die.
Mm-hmm.
6-ether becomes
because that's the evolution of non-ether, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Time and age.
Because everything that's alive must die. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Time and age would be the definition of evolution then.
Absolutely.
Because non-ether becomes 6-ether through time and age. So evolution would be through time and age, a thing decays and thus dies and evolves. And so therefore it really wouldn't be death. It would really be evolution. It really wouldn't be death. It really truly would be a transition from one state of existence into another state of existence, into a third state of existence, 3 states of triple darkness, and then
this
back
is all
into
part of the ether. The ether 6 to ether 9 and back to ether 1 through ether 6 to back to ether 9.
Yeah, and according to the person's physical and genetic, mental, and etheric, and spiritual, and all that makeup determines how they pass through those states of existence.
But it still resurrects back to 9, though.
Yes,
it doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
The evolution has to take place for the revolution to begin.
Yeah, if they were non-ether, they will resurrect as non-ether.
No, even in 6-ether, because it says 6-ether dies and 9-ether resurrects. So even in 6-ether, because 9-ether, even in 6-ether, there's a resurrection. Once you go through the evolution of death from 9 to 6, there's a resurrection again from 6 to 9.
Absolutely. Yeah. True. Yeah.
But in evolution is 6 and evolution is death.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
6 feet deep.
Yeah. That's why I like the part where he says evolution is continuous decay and not improvement, as Caucasians will have us to believe.
Yeah. Because they got everybody thinking like... Yeah, they got everybody thinking like... Mm-hmm. It's natural for the person to evolve. It's natural for the human species to evolve. I don't know if you saw that post I did, but I just did a post. They said that the sperm cell, the Y chromosome in the male has shrunk from 100% down to like goddamn, I think it's like 13 or some shit, genetic markers. And they saying like it's not going to shrink anymore because it's at the base elements of all of its genetics, so it won't shrink anymore. But if it was to shrink anymore for any reason, then the Y chromosome would disappear off the planet Earth. And they gave examples of mammals that have already lost their Y chromosome, yet they still able to reproduce because of genetic compensation. Like with Seth, the name Seth in the Bible means compensation. So due to compensation, they're able to still reproduce right now, but they're on their way out as a species because the Y chromosome has died.
Okay. Babylon, I hate to cut you off, but I got to knock out this count 2 so we can go to count 3 because there's more to build on. The further we go into the laws of nature and the code of opposites. But when I asked the question about the power of necromancy, I got the answer from Nubi, and he just basically told me that the power of necromancy is death. So that's for those who's a little bit slow like myself. So the power of death or necromancy is basically death. So when he says that death of a universe takes the form of animal kind and the power of necromancy.
Now, we talked about animal the other day. Anzu.
So
animal
let me go back a little bit so I can get a better understanding where it says when a universe dies, evolution begins, and evolution is 6, and 6 is the zodiac, the animal world. So death of a universe takes the form of animal kind. So now the death of a universe takes the form of animal kind and the power of necromancy, which we would consider that to be death. I'm going to look into it a little bit more because I'm trying to actually see that shit. Death of a universe takes form of animal kind once it starts to evolve, and then the power of necromancy kicks in. Is that like the power of decaying or some old shit? Where I don't fucking know. The power, I'm still stuck on that. But is this for me, J1? The practice of supposedly communicating with the spirits of the dead in order to predict the future. I don't.
Yeah, it gave birth to that religion.
Okay, now I'm fucking confused again.
Well, it's clear to me that death relates to necromancy, and necromancy is a necropolis, which is a cemetery. Seminary. Now,
okay, but when they say the power of necromancy is where I'm stuck at. Now, I'm sure. Listen. It's not clear to me, so this is where I get confused at. This is just where I'm having a hard time trying to see this death of a universe takes form of animal kind and the power of necromancy.
The zodiac.
Well, remember the zodiac would be the animal world, right? Don't confuse me, Babylon. The zodiac is the animal world, and death of a universe takes the form of animal kind, which becomes in the form of, the zodiac, which is 6. And then what I'm stuck on is where it says, and the power of necromancy. So it takes the form of animal kind and the power of necromancy. And that's just a new word that I the first time I saw that word necromancy was in Breaking the Spell on Blacks. So I just don't have an idea. I just can't wrap my mind. Nev, maybe you can help me on this, but wrap my mind around. I can see the universe taking its form once it died. The death of a universe takes the form of animal kind, because then that's evolution, where it starts to decay. But the power of necromancy is the one that fucks me up. So I don't know. Well, I'm having a hard time of saying that part of it. The power. I guess the key word is power of necromancy.
Right.
So that's where I'm stuck at. That's where I can't see it. So if anybody can help me out.
I do have a comment regarding that to explain power. The power comes from the worship of animal spirits. And that's what white people do. That's why I mentioned Anzu.
But we're talking about the death of a universe. We're not talking about flesh. We're talking about the death of the universe, where I don't want to be confused with white people and their worship of animals. I'm still stuck on death of a universe takes the form of animal kind and the power of necromancy. So if you can stay on the universe, and I see the evolution, like I said, of animal kind because that's decaying, but then there's the power of necromancy that fucks me up.
Now, first of all, let's get this straight. Animal kind, would you equate that to human beasts?
No.
No? Then me and you would be on, you know what I'm saying? I would have to find your definition of animal kind and see where you at in the trail of what you saying define animal kind is to really give you an answer.
Because not all animals are beasts. So there's no way I could just group all of them to be beasts. But
no, I'm just saying, what do you define animal kind as when he said?
Like I said, I understand the death of the universe takes form of animal kind, because prior to that, and if I go back to count 1, he explains the zodiac of being 6, and he is the 6th ether, or he, on the physical form, would be the king of the animal kingdom. I understand that. Absolutely. But I'm stuck on the fact of the fucking death of a universe, because we're dealing with the law of nature and the codes of opposites. Also with this universe being a ball of ether. So I
think the power is in religion. I think that's what he's talking about, the power and the worship of that. And it
I don't get it, because we're dealing with a fucking universe, though. We're not dealing with human beings on this planet. He gave a description of the universe being that. I mean, come on, the universe is a ball of ether whose diameter is in the range of 3 trillion times 6 trillion miles to 3 trillion times 9 non-million miles, and whose insides are dotted throughout with liquid solid ball growth. And according to the law of nature and the code of the opposites, everything that lives must die, be it flesh or spirit, visibly or invisibly, or invisible. And the universe is no exception. Although it is the biggest existence that can be called a living being, a universe is living at one time and dead at another time. It is in order at one time and disorder at another time. So when a universe dies, evolution begins, and evolution is 6. And 6 is the zodiac, the animal world. Death of a universe takes the form of animal kind and the power of necromancy. And that's what I'm just stuck at, in the power of necromancy.
Let me say one thing, though. Now, when we say the evolution is 6, the universe is 9. The death of the universe would be 9. And those would be 9 ether beings who personified on this side of hydrogen, being of 9 ether, the first and primordial being. And then their decay down into another being will represent the spiritual powers of those evolutionary forces coming into being, as opposed to those 9 ether forces.
But I'm dealing with the universe. I just still don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I already know that doctrine. I already understand that science. I'm just stuck on the word power of necromancy. I don't understand that, because he got it. He said, and the power of necromancy. The death of the universe takes the form of animal kind and the power of necromancy. That is what I just don't understand, that part. And the power of necromancy.
It's clear to me.
Okay, you keep saying it's clear to you, but it's not clear to me. And that's why I'm stuck at. Yeah, I know it'll be clear to damn near 99.9% of the motherfuckers that's listening, because you niggas are smart. Well, in this case, I can't wrap my mind around and the power of necromancy. It's just not being explained to me where I can say, okay, I understand the power of necromancy. J1 is giving me a definition that still don't fucking help to me. Communicating with the spirits of the dead in order to predict the future. That has nothing to do with the death of the universe that takes form of animal kind and the power of necromancy. Why don't you type in the power of necromancy? I'm trying to figure out like what the fuck is necromancy? What the fuck is that? And where does necromancy get its fucking power from? And once I get an idea of what the fuck is necromancy and where does it get its power from, because he said, and the power of necromancy. You know what? I'll just ask Dr. York. Let's go to, I'll take a short break.
I agree with that definition, though. Everything that he said other than predict the future. That's when that's the cracker part come in at. The other part of the definition is true about necromancy.
Okay, but remember though, see, to use the word spirits throws me off in that definition, communicating with spirits, because he says earlier, according to a law of nature in the code of the opposites, everything that lives must die, be it flesh or spirit. Hello? So necromancy can't even be like death in regards to the definition of fucking spirit. Can you read it to me now? And I'm going to bring in Fireliners too. Can you read that for me now in Breaking the Spell on page 116? Okay. Breaking the Spell on Blacks. Like I said, that's the first time I saw the word necromancy.
Me too. Hopefully this would form a picture. I don't know how much you will, but here it is. 116 starts with, if you really look at what he is doing, this is in respect to somebody named John Edward. He's called a necromancer, practicing calling on the dead. The same is spoken about it in the Bible as speaking to familiar spirits found in Deuteronomy 18, chapter 18, verse 10. It says, according to the Bible, this is an abomination, and according to the Christian churches, is practicing paganism. Necromancy is something that people of this same Christian church have persecuted. It's basically the practicing calling of the dead. That's what it basically refers to in Breaking the Spell.
Okay, so technically the death of the universe takes the form of animal kind and the power of calling on the dead. The universe.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes,
Fireliners, come on in. That shit still don't make no sense, but I got to pee. I just don't understand. Like this part right here is just a motherfucker. The power of necromancy. How does the death of a universe takes the form of animal kind and the power of necromancy? So I just don't get it. But the Fireliners, you got an open mic. Can I get a mic check from you?
Mic check. How's everybody doing? Babylon, Don.
It's an honor to hear your voice. Thank you, Fireliners, for coming in.
Okay. The more y'all talking, the more confused I am. But let me say that my understanding of necromancy is anything that has to do with dead. There are people who are necromaniacs who fuck dead people. Necromancers, as he said, is anybody who communicates with the spirits of dead. So what I got from what you read in the 9 ball was the power of necromancy is the constellation, because the constellations are always animals, has something to do with animals.
Oh, okay. Keep going. I can see that.
Okay, so therefore, connecting astrology with necromancy is the constellation that whenever primitive people look into the sky, they see these constellations, which are animals, that gives them power. That's how I read it. I may be all the way wrong.
Well, when you threw in the people, that threw me off with the universe, that little ball, the ball of ether. But I understand how he tied that in now, and the power of necromancy based on the constellations.
Correct, and the astrology, because when he says astrology, he's talking about the constellation.
The zodiac, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so let me try to get this right in my head. The death of a universe takes the form of animal kind and the power of necromancy. So then it reverts back to the zodiac of the constellations. Where it turns. So okay. So is it like the evolution of the universe? Once it takes the form of animal kind, it turns into a dog star or like a constellation where another fucking animal has got. Is it that type of shit?
There you go.
That's why he said.
Okay. Now what? Oh shit. Oh my God! Oh my God! Don't nobody say nothing. Be quiet. Okay, I can see this shit now. Okay. So basically, Fireline is when we're looking at these constellations look like bulls and goddamn dogs. That is the death of a universe taking the form of a fucking animal and the power of necromancy. So this is what we're looking at in the sky when we see dogs and shit. That was actually a universe that was once living that has now died and took the form of a fucking animal and the power of necromancy.
I think that's what he's saying.
God damn! So it's a death of the universe that we are looking at. Yeah. Oh shit! Fucking G, did you not get that? Thank you, Fireliners. Oh my God, I get it. Thank you. So damn, even that is still 6 ether worship in the fucking sky. Okay, G, fuck, thank you so much. I told you I'm gonna stay on some shit until I know somebody can explain it better and I can see what you're saying. So G, you know the constellations, right? Fireliners mentioned those constellations. Like some of that shit look like a dog, and some of that shit look like a bull and shit. Those little stars and shit, right? G, you know what I'm talking about? Those constellations that look like a, you know what I'm talking about. Come on, hurry up, because I got to pee. Do you say yes or no, motherfucker? Because I need to know, because I got to pee. Shit, because I get it now. You understand what I'm saying, right? That is the death of a universe that took the form of an animal kind. So you see how these stars done turned into a goddamn dog and shit. If you look at some of the constellations, they look like fucking animals. That's because a goddamn universe, which is a ball of ether, had fucking evolved or died. And it turned into an animal-looking thing with the constellations. So it started from a universe, and then it died, and then it took the form of an animal, and that's what we're looking at when we're looking at the stars, which is still 6 ether worship. I get it. Thank you, Fireliners. That's what I couldn't see. Like, show me where it looks like after it dies, and thank you so fucking much. Like,
if you only knew the power of the dark side.
There are relics that predate the universe itself. What lies within her appears to be one of them. The 9 realms are not eternal. They had a dawn as they will have a dusk. But before that dawn, the baddest bitch in El Cologne reigned absolute and unchallenged.
Don Nicoleone
made a weapon out of that darkness, and it was called the ether. While the other relics often appear as stones,
the baddest bitch in El Cologne
is fluid and ever-changing. It changes matter into dark matter. It seeks out host bodies, drawing strength from their life force.
Don Nicoleone
sought to use the ether's power to return the universe to one darkness. Darkness. Darkness.
underestimate the power of the dark side. Your powers are weak.
Long before the birth of light, there was darkness. And from that darkness came the
baddest bitch in El Cologne.
Millennia ago, the most ruthless of their kind,
Don Nicoleone,
sought to transform our universe back into one of eternal night. Such evil was possible through the power of the ether, an ancient force of infinite destruction.
You underestimate the power of the dark side. Your powers are weak. It is your destiny. You have failed me for the last time and time. You are not a Jedi yet.
Baddest bitch in El Cologne. Baddest bitch in El Cologne. Baddest bitch in El Cologne. Don Nicoleone. Baddest bitch in El Cologne. 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 Don Nicoleone. Baddest bitch in El Cologne. Don Nicoleone. Baddest bitch in El Cologne. Don Nicoleone.
You cannot escape destiny. Accept your fate. You are beaten.
Yeah, the darkness is once again visible, niggas. You know what time it is. You tuned in to WGAG Radio at this time for one reason only, to hear the greatest voice transmitting throughout cyberspace. You know who she is, the Sublime Oracle, the baddest bitch in El Cologne. Yeah, it's time for the Don Nicoleone Show.
You underestimate the power of the dark side. The baddest bitch in El Cologne. 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 Don Nicoleone. Don Nicoleone. Don Nicoleone. The baddest bitch in El Cologne. The baddest bitch in El Cologne. The baddest bitch in El Cologne. Your thoughts betrayed you. Your powers are weak. So you've chosen to die here. Expect no mercy. There is no escape. You cannot escape destiny. Accept your fate. You are weak. I will destroy you. Triple darkness is your destiny. Do not fight your fate. You are beaten. You have wasted my time. This is the end. You have yet to master the way of the Force. Don't underestimate the power of the Force. Give yourself to the dark side. It is useless to resist. Do not resist. Unwise. This is the end. If you only knew the power of the dark side. Give yourself to the dark side. If you only knew the power of the dark side. Give yourself to the dark side. Do you now understand the power of the dark side? But it ends here.
Now give it up for the baddest bitch in El Cologne, Dawn, Nicoleone.
You know, it's like that, being the baddest bitch in El Cologne. And sometimes, just because you're the baddest bitch in the El Cologne, you might just wanna masturbate to the affirmation. I do a cool tackle that's why I don't be by more El Cologne. I need a fee, I shook shell El Cologne. Why cool, I shook is a CD. I knew Farugan shell El Cologne. Why El Cologne is a Farugan shell me. Ania Wahid Ma El Cologne. Why El Cologne is a Wahid Ma ni. Ania Kilu and Jihu Kama Farugan shell El Cologne. Waku Kama Farugan. Ani Akilu Akwenu Cool Dik Ani Aksidu Fi El Cologne. Kama Kafiza Izulia Amadu Fi El Cologne. Ania Kabaha Wahud El Cologne Izu Ania El Cologne Yakilu Ani Akilu El Cologne Yatnalu Ani Abnalu.
I am in the love of the all, and all love is in me. I am a part of the all, and the all is a part of me. I am one with the all, and the all is one with me. I can succeed as a part of the all and fail as an individual. I can be all that I wish in the all, as long as my wish is to stay in the all. I'm never alone. The all is, I am. The all can, I can. The all does, I do.
Yep. Ooh. Great day, everybody. You are officially tuned in to the Don Nicoleone Show. Hope everybody had a strong beginning and not a weekend, baby, because the Don Nicoleone Show 12 noon, Monday through Friday, right here on WGAG Radio. Special shout out to everybody on the call lines. Call in number if you need it, 425-569-5274. Hit the one button if you want to talk, chop it up, that type of thing, man. Great day to everybody over there in the after party. Hope all is well with you, man. After party on powtalk.com. That's our 24-hour voice-activated chat room. Just type in the search, the after party, and you'll find us. Don Nicoleone, the after party. Great day, Bingy D. How you doing today, baby? Special shout out to my lady, Awana Shanae, Miss Hudson. Great day to you. Savina, Mushmouth, Sweeto Shun over there. Great day to everybody over there on Lockdown Radio again. Special shout out to my man Asaru Amin Rock. What up, baby? Asaru said, I need a place to get away from humans. Facebook. Y'all don't mind if I hang around a bit? Nah, nigga, we don't mind at all. Great day to Dominic in the building, man. Hope all is well with you. What's up, legit business? What's up, Lou? Great day to you. Hope y'all enjoyed that first hour, man. Look like I'm going to be playing the 9-ball a lot. Goddamn. The first hour of the Don Nicoleone show was dated January 13, 2014. Welcome to the Don Nicoleone show behind the 9-ball count 2. The link is also in the description to get the full show of it. It's in the description of Lockdown Radio. Again, subscribe, hit the bell button, click all, man, and you'll be notified when we go live around here. I am playing it. That was the first hour right there. Saru, great day once again, man. All right, so I got a lot to share before we get into the MK Ultra Declassified Part 9. So let me get my ass up, take my ass to this other computer. Okay, all right, damn, I don't even know where I shall begin. You know what? Let's begin with this. Let's we're gonna begin with this shit right here. I'm not finna set the stage for you motherfuckers. I am not. I just want y'all to see this shit, okay? I'm not finna tell you what it is. No shit like that. I just want you to see it, okay? And you know, if I set the stage, well, people on the call lines, damn, I gotta tell y'all. All right, I do. I will have to tell y'all. All right, boys and girls, we are officially in Ukraine right now. This show might get taken down and shit, because you know when they want to lie to the masses and you in the fucking way. This is real quick. This is a quick clip, okay? Oh yeah, that's right. Let me give y'all some video footage over there on in the after party. Get y'all that. All right. So, what just happened here? Oh, what the hell just happened? No. Action. All right, here we go. All right, take a look. It's go back. It's quick. It's in for 27 seconds. 27 seconds.
1 second. Here we go. And action! Okay.
One more time.
1 second. Here we go. And action!
Goddamn, one more time.
1 second. Here we go. And action!
Hey, did y'all see the dog? Look at the dog. The dog running through and shit. Look, dog part of it. Shit cute.
Here we go. And action!
Wipe the dog now.
Go, Cameron!
Dog run. One more time, goddamn. One more time.
1 second. Here we go. And action!
fucked up what they're doing over there in Ukraine. We got to pray for the people in Ukraine, baby. All right, one more. Let me go back to Don's page because it was on my phone, so I had to share it. All right, here we go. All right.
The truth about the Russian aggression in Ukraine and about how brave and heroic is Ukrainian to protect our soil, to protect our future, to protect our freedom and our democracy. We are in the center of Kyiv. We are here to protect Ukraine, and the Russian position is about a little bit more than 2 kilometers from here. This is very difficult to explain. What does it mean?
All right, you see him hiding it? Can y'all see it? That, what do you call that shit? What's the word for that? I want y'all to pay attention again, okay? All right, something fell, okay? Something dropped. Look at the soldier
truth
here.
About the Russian aggression in Ukraine and about how brave and heroic is Ukrainian to protect our soil, to protect our future, to protect our freedom and our democracy. We are in the center of Kyiv. We are here to protect Ukraine.
You saw that? You saw that? Y'all saw that? Is that a real gun,
The
y'all?
truth about the
One more time.
Russian
Take a look
aggression
at
in
homeboy
Ukraine
right
and
here.
about how brave and heroic is Ukrainian to protect our soil, to protect our future, to protect our freedom and our democracy. We are in the center of Kyiv. We are here to protect Ukraine, and the Russian position is about a little bit more than 2 kilometers from here. This is very difficult to explain. What does it mean in the 21st century, in the middle of Europe, to be awakened by the Russian missile attack, by the Russian air bomb attack, when the truth about the Russian aggression in Ukraine and about...
It's a lot of information, baby. You know what I'm saying? Did you see it? Did you see it? Does it play long enough? No, the whole point is that when they just had to get footage of people running. You got me, X-Black. Great day to you, baby. You feel me? And everything look real, can't be real, right? Boy, don't make me run this shit back. Okay. Another thing is too, I got another one too, and hold on, look, damn, sorry, I gotta scroll forever. Hold on, somebody just sent me this. Havana syndrome stomps investigators as U.S. officials report injuries on White House ground. I'll get that later. This is 1987. Damn, they done left. I ain't been on my Facebook in a while. Okay, y'all gotta give me a minute because I gotta find this one. I just thought about this one. I wasn't even thinking about it. Hold on. Y'all, we got to bypass all darn stupid ass, crazy ass videos and shit. Hold up. Oh, this is another thing they're not showing on the media. Go to Washington and never come back. People are protesting. You came to kill. You came to these countries to kill. All right, hold up. It's a lot. Give me a sec. Gotta find it. It's coming. I shouldn't even been posting all this bullshit. Here we go. And action. I don't know about you motherfuckers, though. I don't know how much your eyes and your brain actually store information and memory every time it's shown to you. But this clip here, I saw this when the whole Ukraine incident happened, 2, 3, 4 years ago. They used this video. Now they're using it again for a Ukraine father says goodbye to his daughter before sending her away from danger. Okay? Take a look. And I want you to keep an eye on this little girl as well, okay? She is so engulfed in the camera. Look, there she go looking. Fake eyes, fake white. Little girl cry like, she go, boy, gotta love these actors. One more time. So sad, so sad, so sad, so sad, so sad. Let's pray for the people in Ukraine, man. So sad, so sad, so sad, so sad. Give me one more. Hold up. I got it now. Remember the clip or the damn, I can't think of it. Hold on, what the fuck? Shut up and bend over. And you know YouTube don't give two fucks, right? All right, here we go. Give me 1 second. All right, so we are now going back into Vladimir Putin, traitor to the New World Order, Part 3. So give me a second. Okay, y'all got it already up. All right, here we go. All right. Oh, we got caption. Good. Let's get some more information on this, baby. Vladimir Putin, traitor to the New World Order. 3.
Vladimir Putin was playing a very complex, multi-level game, always outmaneuvering his opponents, to the stage where now he has created a complete checkmate against the global banking elite, the Khazarian mafia, and world Zionism. It is now obvious that Vladimir Putin has fully exposed Israel, America, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey for its blatant lies about ISIS and terrorism in general. Soon, all the world will know that all this terrorism, ISIS, ISIL, Daesh, al-Nusra, al-Qaeda, etc., are all synthetically engineered by the cabal and its surrogates and pawns to drag the whole world into wars, chaos, and mass death that are designed to serve as provocations to justify illegal, unprovoked wars for profit and access to other nations' natural resources and land. In his speech at the United Nations General Assembly, Russia's President Putin took the time to absolutely pulverize Western actions in Syria. He denounced Washington's support for militants in Syria as illegal and ineffective. The Russians are making...
I just want to say, I am now convinced, this has nothing to do with anything, but I am now convinced that Russians don't wrinkle.
making it clearer that they are not going to tolerate this U.S. strategy. Providing military support to illegal structures runs counter to the principles of modern international law and the United Nations Charter. This situation, Putin warned, would lead to the rule of force controlling the world, where selfishness rather than collective work would dominate relations upon a system of dictate rather than equality. After the speeches, Putin and Obama sat down for a nearly 2-hour conversation. The very next day, the situation in and around Syria changed dramatically over the course of one day. The US is no longer insisting on Assad's resignation. The US is not opposing Russian military involvement in operations against ISIL and is prepared to enter into immediate negotiations with Russia about the formation of a united front against terrorists. That means that all these sudden changes were the result of it sat down for a controlling the world to illegal structures runs counter to the principles of modern international law and the United Nations Charter. This situation, Putin warned, would lead to the rule of force controlling the world, where selfishness rather than collective work would dominate relations upon a system of dictate rather than equality. After the speeches, Putin and Obama sat down for a nearly 2-hour conversation. The very next day, the situation in and around Syria changed dramatically over the course of one day. The US is no longer insisting on Assad's resignation. The US is not opposing Russian military involvement in operations against ISIL and is prepared to enter into immediate negotiations with Russia about the formation of a united front against terrorists. That means that all these sudden changes were the result of a deal being struck by the Obama administration and Russia. Russia's Air Force launched strikes on ISIL strongholds in which 8 ISIS targets hit during 20 combat flights, after Assad asked Moscow for military assistance, and the Federation Council approved the use of the Russian Air Force against the terrorists in Syria. The Russians have enough sophisticated weapons to counterattack Assad's enemies. With a Russian military canton deployed to Al-Assad International Airport with an air bridge from Russia involving military aircraft, such as Antonov 124 Condor transport flights, any attempt at a no-fly zone will be met with a quick, rusky reply. Putin is providing Syria with satellite intelligence, digital communications, code breakers, drones, Su-30 Russian air superiority fighters, the Su-24-25 ground attack fighter, the Hind-24 Russian attack transport helicopter, T-90 tanks, the Sa-22 surface-to-air missile system. The tables are turning on those who conspired against Syria, boasts Syria's foreign minister Walid al-Mualim. But what is turning the tide is Russia's satellite intelligence system. The LL-20 is an ELINT, or electronic intelligence platform. It is equipped with a wide array of antennas, IR, infrared, and optical sensors, a SLAR, which is a side-looking airborne radar, and satellite communication equipment for real-time data sharing. The aircraft is Russian Air Force's premier spy plane. Washington and Moscow are pursuing 2 different agendas in Syria. Russia stands for international law. The United States stands for its will, its hegemony, and its independence from international law. The United States has a policy of destabilizing any country that has an independent foreign policy. Washington has destroyed, more or less, 7 countries in the past 14 years through illegal and unjustified wars.
That shit. What up, Noobie?
Who the
fuck would stack these goals up like that?
The time to attack NWO agents in Syria is long overdue. They need to
NWO means never mind. New World Order.
taste their own medicine, and I'll make sure they remember me for eternity. A quote from the Syrian President Assad. In Syria, the so-called Free Syrian Army has proved itself to consist of masked men who are not who they claim to be. Most, if not all, are not even Syrians, but a proxy army. Mossad, CIA, and MI6 agents at ISIS.
Whoa! It's a proxy army.
And I'll make sure they remember me for eternity. A quote from the Syrian President Assad. In Syria, the so-called Free Syrian Army has proved itself to consist of masked men who are not who they claim to be. Most, if not all, are not even Syrians, but a proxy army. Mossad, CIA, and MI6 agents at ISIS and the rest, which have been found in their ranks, along with many nationalities from all over the Middle East. They have proved to be an inauthentic opposition to the Syrian government. This agenda is to fulfill the secret cabal plan for what is called Greater Israel, which engulfs almost the whole Middle East. This plan calls for genocide of all nations that are targeted for destruction, including Palestinians, Syrians, Kurds, Iraqis, and Iranians, all to be either mass murdered or driven from their ancestral homes. In reality, ISIS was masterminded by the RKM World Zionists and the Likudists, whose strategy has been to create a strong need for America and Europe intervention against ISIS, but with the actual goal of manipulating America into waging war against ISIS as a disguise for eliminating Assad and destroying Syria, the Kurds, and then Iran.
God damn, boy, we got to
Up
follow
until
the
now,
goddamn breadcrumbs,
the only
man.
ones
This
fighting ISIS were Assad's military, Hezbollah, and the Kurds. Although the US claimed to be dropping supplies to anti-ISIS forces, it is now apparent that almost all of this equipment and arms drops went to ISIS mercenaries by accident. Early on, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu visited Moscow and made a grand entrance, complete with the chiefs of the IDF and Israeli intelligence, to cry to Putin that Iran and Syria are arming the so-called terrorist group Hezbollah, and that Syria is opening up a second front for Iran in the Golan Heights. The Syrians have kept the armistice on the Golan Heights marked by the UN-brokered ceasefire Purple Line. Assad has no intentions of violating the ceasefire, and Putin knows it, and told Bibi to go back to his side of the Purple Line and stay there. Putin then showed Bibi the door with a short, non-committal statement about
Why them motherfuckers gotta open the door like that, man? What the hell? What the hell is that? Why they just can't walk up to the door?
told Bibi to go back to his side of the Purple Line.
It just show. I guess that goes to show how informed or uniform these motherfuckers
Stay
is
there.
or some shit. I don't know.
Putin then showed Bibi the door with a short, non-committal statement about understanding Israel's position. The Kremlin isn't the adoring U.S. Congress that fawns all over Zionists bearing cash and votes. For with Russia's ongoing assault on ISIS in Syria, the ability of the Israeli army to make airstrikes has been severely limited, as it could hit Russian military assets by mistake.
Judaism rejects Zionism and the state of
The
Israel.
carefully calculated mass migration agenda. This massive immigration to Europe of civilians displaced from ISIS war zones has been orchestrated and financed by these same entities. Their objective is to force Europe to view the actual cause, their unwillingness to help stop ISIS. Transcripts of telephone intercepts published in Italy, claim to provide evidence that ISIS is threatening to send 500,000 migrants simultaneously out to sea in hundreds of boats in a psychological weapon against Europe if there is military intervention against them in Libya, Syria, and Iraq. The European police don't know who is who, whether they are legitimate refugees or other sinister agents blending in for future infiltration. Some insiders believe that this engineered immigration is a punishment against European nations who are participating in the boycotting, divestiture, and sanctioning of Israel, the BDS movement, over its apartheid, blockade, imprisonment, torture, and genocide against Palestinians. General Wesley Clark has revealed that the US DoD has had a long-time secret plan to take out 7 Mideast nations. ISIS is a part of that agenda, which is really an extension of this worldwide cabal agenda, which has unfortunately infiltrated and hijacked much of the Pentagon, the US Congress, and the US administration. Fortunately, there are some new folks in the American High Military Command and American intel that refuse to continue to allow America to be used as Israel's war machine. They are making sure that this incriminating information is being leaked and used to checkmate this illegal, unconstitutional, and treasonous use of the American military to fight any more wars for Israel and the RKM World Zionists. There are also changes happening in Ukraine as part of the deal brokered with the Obama administration, such as revoking its green light for military action to Poroshenko's regime, as well as...
What? Did y'all hear that shit? Somebody playing whole games. Happening in Ukraine as a part of the deal brokered. Hold on, take it back.
KM World Zionists. There are also changes happening in Ukraine as part of the deal brokered with the Obama administration, such as revoking its green light for military action to Poroshenko's regime, as well as weapons of a caliber less than 100 millimeter would be pulled back 15 kilometers behind the front line, which actually signifies an end to the hostilities. For the preceding 7 months, no one had been able to reach an agreement on this point. All this occurred less than a day after Vladimir Putin's speech in New York and his meeting with Obama, signifying that a deal has defiantly taken place. So far, these are the only first fruits. Clearly, there is more to come. But the trend is clear. The U.S. has acknowledged the legitimacy of Russian claims that Ukraine is within Russia's sphere of interest.
What? Y'all heard that shit? Now that's doing Obama, baby. Y'all still in the time machine with me. Let's keep going backwards. Or to know what the fuck we looking at in front of us now.
It is now obvious that Israeli, C.I.A., Saudi, and Turkish mercenary forces, referred to as ISIS, ISIL, Daesh, al-Nusra, al-Qaeda, have now painted themselves into a corner with no easy way out.
Damn if they do, damn if they don't.
If they do, which means joining in the new international coalition to fight and destroy ISIS et al. On the ground in Syria and Iraq, they will be helping destroy their secret mercenary armies, which they spent billions of dollars on and many years recruiting as young orphans off the streets of Saudi Arabia and other Mideast nations, and training in special mind control training camps. This could set off some serious revenge attacks by these mercenaries against Israel and Saudi Arabia, once they figure out they are being abandoned and set up for destruction by their main supporters and controllers. If they don't, which means they refuse to join in the international coalition to fight and destroy ISIS et al. On the ground in Syria and Iraq, they will be exposing their total hypocrisy for the whole world to see and understand. This includes their own constituents and previous supporters. Meanwhile, The cabal-owned media are hot at work with propaganda for the sheeple, but the sheeple are slowly waking up.
I don't know why they keep saying them damn sheeples are slowly waking up. Them sheeples ain't up. Here we are, 2022. These sheeples are still goddamn asleep. They ain't waking up. Just have faith, boy, I tell you.
If Putin can get Obama to go along with his proposal, then this would mark one of the greatest diplomatic triumphs of his 15 years in power. This means Russia's victory is now official. The only question is, victory over whom? Certainly not over Obama, but over a powerful supranational grouping which uses the United States as a battering ram in order to plunge the world into a new Middle Ages. Time will reveal the significance of that. But looking at how the global picture evolved between September 29th and 30th, we can see that Putin really got through to the intended audience for his statements. The plan of taking down Syria, the Kurds, Iraq, and Iran is just about an impossible dream that's driving Bibi, the Likud, the KRM, and their American Zios in the USG and Pentagon. It's driving them crazy. They don't know what to do because there is no longer an easy way out. The next few months will be interesting, with Russia now beefing up its military response in Syria and now given official permission by Iraq to set up a military base and use their airspace. Everything Putin has done, both nationally and internationally, is backed up by the law and has never been outside of it. The true genius here is Assad. He is certainly right in telling NWO agents that he is not going to be removed from power and let them do whatever they want in Syria. Assad is the true Lion King, fighting for the freedom of every person and nation of this planet, fighting every country disguised as ISIS. And Vladimir Putin strongly backs him up. Their kings have been craftily placed in checkmate by master statesman and master chess player Vladimir Putin. Checkmate. Switzerland is also changing its tune, which indicates that it could be letting go of some of its expandable gophers, who are in the limelight, that appear on the surface to be the main power source, which clearly they are not. There are clearly things happening below the surface. The Iranian nuclear deal has nothing to do with Iran building a useless nuclear bomb that cannot be detonated at any time or any place. It's about discovering the bending of light in this 3D illusion, which Iran has discovered, rendering any military complex useless, amongst other things. The threat of some of these nations, like the UK using nuclear bombs or Israel's Samson option, is nothing but a nuclear hoax. The negotiating is about keeping a red line with what technologies they can release to the public. Soon, things are going to change for the better. But unfortunately for this to happen, the old world order of things has to collapse. But a one world government? Certainly not. This will be shared by many powers. Ahead lies financial currency wars and no doubt some false flag events. The cabal's dream is still a racial war between Muslims and Christians and social unrest with martial law across Europe and the US that will greatly benefit the cabal financially. Unfortunately for them, they are being exposed on every level. A world order must be the objective, just like in our hidden past, working in harmony with all nations. Did you also know the cabal have kept all patents since the 1900s away from the public? That will benefit all mankind. Instead, they release you. Did you also know order must be the objective to greatly benefit the cabal financially? Unfortunately for them, they are being exposed on every level. A world order must be the objective, just like in our hidden past, working in harmony with all nations. Did you also know the cabal have kept all patents since the 1900s away from the public? That will benefit all mankind. Instead, they release useless technology, ones that have no real value, rather than to occupy the minds. We have the technology to do anything, to fix this world in months, and to eliminate poverty and every sickness known to man, including the ones they have introduced. Please watch the trailer now released, 6,000-Year-Old Health Secrets, a very powerful coming documentary that'll go into many.
I got damn distracted. Did y'all hear the patents? Damn, I missed it. Patents crazy since the 1900s. Thanks to Zena, we got maybe 2% of those patents. 2%. God damn it. We got to get all the patents, motherfucker. God damn.
Many
just for our own entertainment
subjects
purposes.
on health
Goddamn.
and spirituality.
Hold on, what do you say? Russia and U.S. have the same enemies, the same goals, which is a balanced global economy that does not include the Rothschilds, Crown Corporation, the Catholic Church, Vatican Corporation, or D.C. U.S. Corporation. I missed all that. Hold on. Because I got something, I got notified on my phone. So while I'm sorry to bore you people, but let me wind it back.
The UK using nuclear bombs, or Israel's Samson option, is nothing but a nuclear hoax. The negotiating is about keeping a red line with what technologies they can release to the public. Soon, things are going to change for the better. But unfortunately for this to happen, the old world order of things has to collapse. But a one world government? Certainly not. This will be shared by many powers. Ahead lies financial currency wars and no doubt some false flag events. The cabal's dream is still a racial war between Muslims and Christians and social unrest with martial law across Europe and the US that will greatly benefit the cabal financially. Unfortunately for them, they are being exposed on every level. A world order must be the objective, just like in our hidden past, working in harmony with all nations. Did you also know the cabal have kept all patents since the 1900s away from the public? That will benefit all mankind. Instead, they release useless technology, ones that have no real value, rather than to occupy the minds. We have the technology to do anything, to fix this world in months, and to eliminate poverty and every sickness known to man, including the ones they have introduced.
All right. Russia and the U.S. have the same enemies, same goals, which is balanced global economy that does not include the Rothschilds, the Catholic Church, and the U.S. Corporation, or D.C. Next.
Please watch the trailer now released, 6,000-Year-Old Health Secrets, a very powerful coming documentary that'll go into many, many subjects on health and spirituality. A must-see, sourced at the highest level of the knowledge pyramid. You will soon discover this is a documentary like no other.
Well, what the documentary is again? 6,000 year. There it is. Let me click on the 6,000-year-old. 6,000-year-old secrets. 6,000-year-old health secrets. Visit website. Sheesh. All right. So we got a little bit time machine on that, right? Okay. All right. So real quick, can y'all do me a favor? I don't ask for much, but I don't like talking like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Can y'all do me a favor? This is gonna take up some of your time, and it won't be like, you know what I'm saying, it'll take up your personal time. But can anybody do me a favor? Can I get a 1 for those that say, yeah, sure, why not, Don? We'll do you a favor. Okay, good, newbie. All right, all I need is 1 anyway. All right, I need y'all to watch X-Files season 10. Start at season 10, if I'm not mistaken. Remember, X-Files went off and it came back on. So if I'm not mistaken, it starts in 2016. So I think that's season 10. You got me? I could be wrong, but look for the date, 2016, on the X-Files. Okay? Got it? Everybody clear? You got me? Newbie? Oh, you on the line? Newbie's on the line. Come on, give me a mic check. How you doing today, Newbie?
I'm doing my best, Don. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, boo.
Hanging in there. I can't believe this nonsense. They held their patents since the 1900s.
Well, you know, humans don't want to know nothing. All they want is to hear. They don't want to know. You know what I'm saying?
And they could eradicate poverty and sickness within months.
Of course, they don't want to.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they don't want to. They already have all the technology. They have electromedicine. They're just not giving it to people. You could be cured just like this.
So what's the purpose, Don? What's the purpose?
You know the purpose, man. Depopulation. They hate humans.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. That's why you put all the chemicals in the food and shit to poison motherfuckers. They are trying to make you sick, and so that you will eventually die. Yeah, they don't. They're keeping all that shit for the elite. You know what I'm saying? Same way if I had some magical shit, and I'm only gonna fuck with you, Sweet Oshun, Dominique, DeBrock, Miss Hudson, and whoever else. That's just for y'all. Don't get this shit to nobody. And we have to keep a secret, a pact, that we can't let this shit get out. This is the cure. This is the technology. This whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? It's I mean, come on, man. It's a click. It's a click, man. You know? They don't want it out. You can give it, you can cure your family, but not your friends. We're your friends. This circle here. You know what I'm saying? You can help your family, but you can't help nobody else. And you can't give it to your family, you can just help your family. And if your family run their mouth, we're going to have to kill your family. Which is why so many of their families dies anyway from running their mouth. So, yeah, they don't like humans, newbie. That is alternative 1, depopulation. How do we depopulate? Kill them, make them sick. Have them trust the alphabet boys, FDA. Let FDA approve all the poisons. Got it? Oh, one more thing too, newbie, I wanted to address. Remember I said potassium is basically the cure for dementia. And you kept saying potassium causes blood clots. Remember that conversation? Okay.
It helps your blood clot, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, it actually causes, but no, not potassium. It's not potassium that causes blood clots. It has nothing to do with blood clots. Okay. I was right about dementia, and the cure for that is potassium, which you'll find in bananas, oranges, and shit like that, right? Potassium is a mineral, not the vitamin K. It's a mineral, okay? Potassium is a mineral. That is your cure for dementia. Now, what you see next to potassium, and they use the symbol K with a plus sign. that lets you know that's potassium. Got it? If you pay attention, you'll see a K plus. That is to identify the mineral potassium. The K by itself is the vitamin that actually could cause, too much of it could cause blood clots.
Okay, I got you.
Right. Yeah. So I was fucking right when I kept saying potassium with it cures the mineral potassium. K plus is identified as potassium, which can prevent, I ain't gonna say the cure for dementia, but it can prevent dementia. But that vitamin K, you got to be careful about that vitamin K. The K without the plus, that's your vitamin. That can cause all types of shit if it's too much of it in your system. Okay? And we are learning that all these so-called chemicals and minerals, we're learning that your government, C.I.A. and all of them was using those against, the masses. Those chemicals and stuff like that. I'm talking about newbie. Yeah, using that which our body needs and overdosing us on that shit. Poison. Okay, so back to do me a favor. Can y'all watch X-Files? And I don't need y'all to watch it. I need y'all to watch it and study it. Because it's going to all make sense of everything that that my crazy ass come up with. But it's that damn X-Files that dropped 2016, and just watch it all the way through, follow it all the way through. Don't
so you're talking about
You're
talking about season 10, right? That's the one that came out in 2016.
Okay,
10.
yeah, from season 10 to season to the end. All right, I think it's 2 more seasons, so it's 10 and 11. And just watch that shit, man. Woo! It's an overload. My dumb ass was watching it back to back because I just wanted to hear some shit in my ear and shit. But just take your time. You know what I'm saying? Because remember I told y'all it had the Mandela effect in that shit. And the same conversation that I had on the show with New York is in the X-Files. I'm gonna find that show. With me in New York talking about our Mandela experiences and shit. And then I mentioned, it could be a parallel multi-crossing reality or some old shit. This nigga Mulder says that. Not only that he says it, they look to him saying it as a joke. So from time to time throughout that particular episode, they kept joking with that nigga about that whole, could it be theory that the timelines are crossing multidimensionally? And so one person's timeline is the same shit I was saying. But that ain't the point. So you got your Mandela effect in that shit. You also have, guess what? A pandemic, right? That's ordered by the motherfuckers from the highest source. A pandemic pops up. This shit interesting than a motherfucker. Watch it all. Not only that, y'all, they are yelling shit in one particular episode about a simulation that's within a simulation that's in a simulation. You hear me? So one episode, you just keep watching, you'll see this shit. Wow. They're talking about people living in a simulation. You know what I'm saying? And that they don't die, they go into another simulation, or they were sold, higher up people were sold to transition into another simulation. You know what I'm saying? And that can be uploaded into a simulation prior to death. Yet you will be looked upon as dead and shit. Not the metaverse stuff. No, Brian. Don says that we are in a simulation. Don been saying that shit for 8-10 years. We are in a simulation that's in a simulation that's in a simulation. This is just one Sims that we're in. You know what I'm saying? And multiple Sims. But they're showing how they're taking certain people and putting them into another simulation. And this so-called simulation that you believe is real, they're dead to you. But they're in another simulation existing. Shit is amazing. Just take your time, man. Deal with each episode like it's a goddamn subject and get ready to take the test at the end of the fucking subject. But you'll see it. Just study that shit. Study it simply because this is the same shit we talked about way before there was a X-Files 2016 and all them fucking episodes. This is what we talked about. That's what Don, that's that crazy shit come out Don fucking mouth.
Don, you know what my next question is at?
What, baby?
Does it provide us with a remedy?
You in a fucking remedy. It ain't the fact that a remedy ain't got shit to do with this motherfucker. We dealing with the fact that they've been playing whole games. The remedy is the truth, baby. That's as far as it gonna go. The remedy is knowing, okay? That is our remedy, is knowing. So I just find it interesting that all this shit that, you know, a lot of us crazy motherfuckers talk about, that, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, without even having to read or see anything. That's what I'm saying, newbie. Just know, just naturally fucking know some shit. And here it is, it's all there. So you got to ask the question, what come first, the chicken or the goddamn egg, motherfucker? What come first? You feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
What come first, the chicken or the fucking egg? You know what I'm saying?
Damn chicken.
Right, the goddamn chicken.
Of course.
The chicken, goddamn. The chicken laid the fucking egg and y'all eating that shit. Cooking it, boiling it, frying it, quiching it and shit. So, goddamn, yeah, boo. MK Ultra now and that shit, everything is in that motherfucker from 2016. Just watch that shit, man. And the chemtrails, plus the pandemic. And guess what they saying about the pandemic in this motherfucker? The only people that will survive the pandemic, that is immune to the pandemic, my nigga, has the alien DNA in it. Alien DNA. Think about that.
Ooh-wee.
Alien DNA is Rh negative. That's alien DNA. Rh positive is animal DNA or monkey, Rishi monkey positive. But the alien DNA is Rh negative. So they saying that shit. So, which is another reason why they take more than one sample of Rh negative blood. They drain the shit out of those. If you walk into the hospital not knowing you Rh negative, they'll drain the hell out your both arms is green. That's the blood they want. So they're saying that the cure, or the only ones that's immune with it, is those that have the Rh negative. And if you really look up Rh negative, fuck the whole alien shit if y'all don't believe it. But Rh negative blood can get rid of anything fucking foreign. You know what I'm saying? It naturally kills it, which is why, you know, some people don't get sick from what the masses get sick from, because the masses are what they call humans. You look up humans, human means animals. Look up animals means animals are humans. You know what I'm saying? Those that are non-animal can get that shit. So they tell you that right there. And they tell you, so you got the pandemic and who's all responsible for that shit. You got the alien abductions, or them putting alien blood in certain people, you know what I'm saying, so that they can survive. And that's them keep using the Rh negative. They'll take the Rh negative blood from somebody, take it all the way to the top to save them motherfucking sick, diseased ass Caucasians and cure them with the Rh negative blood. Thus, they have the Rh negative in them from that point. They're not giving it to the masses, that alien blood, for treatment. Alien blood can also cure cancer, can cure all types of shit. It's powerful, right? That's not in X-Files. If you're waiting on them to tell you this, I'm telling you this. Okay, it's probably in the CIA files and whatever else secret operations them motherfuckers have going on for a long time. But I'm telling y'all that for a reason. So, same way, like Newbie said, damn, they could cure humans. They got the fucking technology to cure poverty, sickness, diseases, hunger, all that type of shit. But it ain't about everybody. And some people have to come to reality that it's not about every fucking body. Even in that holy Bible, Jesus kept saying it's only about the elect. It's only about those chosen motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? And so in this reality here, or in this Sims reality, it ain't about every fucking body. So if you look at the two groups, right, which they like to put under the umbrella as one, called the Illuminati, you still have two different lights. One works for this cause, the other works for the totally complete opposite cause. It's still the Illuminati. You either one or the fucking other. You either one or the other. So, yeah, so that's my point. So it's not like, helping everybody as they would like for you to see. But even throughout the scriptures, even by the time each prophet, each news bearer, each apostle pops up, each Messiah, they were only sent to a certain group of people. Even Muhammad was sent to a certain group of people. You know what I'm saying? So, shit, it ain't about the whole goddamn world. Some of these motherfuckers weren't even supposed to be here. You know what I'm saying? You only got two sides, but one umbrella, the Illuminati. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So you got the electrified ones and you got the elite. That's it. Anything in between ain't nothing but food for the goddamn gods. Again, you got two groups, the elite, the elect, and the elite. The elite want to take out the elect. The elect don't want to take out a goddamn body because they so fucking compassionate. The electrified ones have compassion for the whole world, but the elite does not give two fucks. It's a big difference. So everybody else ain't even supposed to be here, man. They just like ground to walk on. To be honest with you, it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? They're food. You know what I'm saying? They're experiments. They're lab rats. They're test dummies. They're all that, and it's the truth. Sorry. It's the truth. People you like, people you love, people you care about, people who may have helped you. People, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But all there is just fucking ground to walk on. They're nothing but the dust of the ground, and the serpent shall eat from the dust of the ground. Ain't nothing we can do for them. So, no, it's not about that. That's the truth, man. If the birds only cared about its survival and not yours, it's just common sense. The birds is only concerned about their survival. The crow is only concerned about their survival, their existence. You know what I'm saying? That's it. And these birds are certain different species. So they only concern about their own, period. We just have too many species in our own, and we ought to care for all of them, which is not true. Caucasians are suffering probably at or equal to the rest of the masses on this fucking planet. Yes or no? There's as suffering as anybody else. So it's not about fucking race. It's about the boys club or the brotherhood or just the elite and the elect's sake. That's it. Anything in between, no matter what nationality you claim, no matter what race you think you are, none of that matters. It's about the blood. It's about the blood. It's all about the blood. We ain't got the same blood. It's all about who you are for real in this Sims, what part you play, Ain't about the parts that other play, because we know that a lot of them ain't nothing but food for the gods. If the mission is to eliminate 7 billion motherfuckers off the planet, those 7 billion that never existed any goddamn way has no true purpose anyway. That's the fucking truth. You know what I'm saying? The sheep is supposed to be a fucking sheep. Their destiny is to be led to the slaughter. Their mission is to be under mind control and to be mind fucked. That's their purpose. That's why they're here. They is to obey. Their mission is to conform. How else can I eliminate you? Think about it. How else can I eliminate you? If you was against my plan, I can't eliminate you. But if you is for me, I can eliminate you. If you believe in me, if you trust me, I can eliminate you. You understand? It's chess, right?
Definitely
They're all
ain't check.
pawns, and guess the side they're on. If we got a chessboard right now, you have more pawns, and all you have is the rest of them with titles: rook, knights, bishops, king, queen. Did I miss anybody? And the rest are fucking pawns. On both sides. The Illuminati of the green light and the Illuminati of the red light. The elite pawns and the goddamn electrified pawns. So, shit. That's just what it is. And did I ever tell you this thing? I talked to Dr. York, right? And I was like, yeah, man, I said, people are something to the motherfucker. I got him on tape while I'm saying this shit. And he says, but they don't know that the doors are closing on truth. So if you look at truth, it's kind of like intellect, right? Born with it or not born with it. You know what I'm saying? Born with it or not born with it. It's kind of like intellect. By birth, by blood, truth is in you. You know what I'm saying? You know, so when I think of the doors are closing on truth, I'm thinking like, damn, that might be like, it must not, like anything that's born after a certain point don't have truth. It's been diluted. You know what I'm saying? These people that's been walking the earth for such a long time and breeding is breeding out truth. You know what I'm saying? So, which is why they are susceptible to fucking lies, because there's not any truth in their DNA. It's already been intercepted with fictitious information in these genes of these people and in their descendants or their ascendants. Already in there. That's how they wanted it. You know what I'm saying? The Genome Project is fucking for real. They've been altering that shit forever. Ain't nothing we can do. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like looking at a motherfucker who's been decapitated, arms and legs, and you feel bad. But eventually you got to have enough sense to look at your own limbs and be happy that you got it. You better be glad that your barytheric gland works. You better be glad that you have still truth being passed into your genetics. You know what I'm saying? You better be glad that in your genes you're not a conformant, you are informant. You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to rejoice on. We can't be sad about what others don't have. We got to be thankful about what the fuck we still got this shit. You know what I'm saying? It said rejoice and be exceedingly glad. You better be glad you're not a sheep. You know what I'm saying? You better be glad that you ain't under mass mind control. You got to be thankful that someone else is keep altering your genes for your personal survival. You know what I'm saying? You better be glad about that. That what the fuck it say, rejoice and be exceedingly glad, goddamn it. Because look, even though they have the technology to cure poverty, so to speak, or hunger, right? But in Revelations it said that ye shall hunger no more. It's only talking about a certain group of people anyway right there. It ain't saying the whole world. If you read it backwards, before it gets to that point, it's talking about an elect few. A select few won't hunger. You understand? It's talking about a select few won't worry, won't cry. So even in that, they have separated Psalm from the rest of the goddamn world, even in the book of Revelations. This ain't about a whole, it's not about every fucking body. All throughout these higher learnings and mysteries or whatever the fuck it is, through these books that was basically for initiates, not for fanatics, it tells them who they are. All them people was populating the fucking planet and God was only concerned about the goddamn children of Israel. The Israelites, period. Not nobody the fuck else. Only concerned about its own kind. Now, it was niggas walking the earth during those days, a whole bunch of them. But it was only concerned about those that had the blood. The blood, my nigga. The blood. The blood goes all the way back to motherfucking Redskins or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It was only concerned about those. It wasn't concerned about the humans made from the dust of the ground. And the serpent shall eat from them bastards. Eat the dust, which is their bodies. Again, it keeps showing you that, damn, this ain't about every fucking body. Only the initiates. That's it. Not the fanatics. So they only interested in their kind. Boom. That's it. All right, another time machine before we get into another time machine going backwards to 1950s with the MK Ultra. Got one more. Because I'm going to keep you niggas up, man. I'm going to keep you niggas up. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep you niggas up. It's important. How important is being up? Very important.
How important is being up?
That shit very important, goddamn. Fuck that shit. We need to know. You gotta know what. Hey, in the Holy Tablet show, Saturday, right? One of the key things that happened in the Enuma Elish, right? Mm-hmm. When they went down to fight Tiamat and her warriors or her army, the first thing they did, rather than start fighting her and her army, they studied the strategy. They studied her strategy, the army strategy, everything. Inky went and studied it. And News was sent down and studied the strategy, the first thing, right? And even when Melchizedek or Murdoch showed up, it studied the strategy. This is very important because motherfuckers in La La Land. Motherfuckers walking around in this motherfucker like the world is a safe place to be in. That is not that no one is strategically striving to fuck you and your family up. And guess what happened? You woke up one day and realized that there was a goddamn bat killing everybody to fuck off in 2019. This is what happens when you ain't studying your enemy's fucking strategy. This is important. So let's get our ass back in this goddamn time machine. Because y'all motherfuckers fuck around and get lost, baby. This is the planet Earth. This is a goddamn war zone. You can't be a protector if you don't know the strategy of your fucking enemies. How can you protect if you trust these motherfuckers? All right. Go to Don Page real quick because my homeboy just dropped this, so I haven't seen it, but we're going to take a look at it. 1987. PBS broadcast. PBS broadcast, The Secret Government, The Constitution in Crisis. We're in a time machine, boys and girls. It's on YouTube, uploaded by W-R-A-Y-E-R, Ryer, with a W, The Secret Government. It was dated September 30th, 2006. And we're going to play with this shit, too.
The secret government is an interlocking network of official functionaries, spies, mercenaries, ex-generals, profiteers, and super patriots who, for a variety of motives, operate outside the legitimate institutions of government. Presidents have turned to them when they can't win the support of the Congress or the people, creating that unsupervised power so feared by the framers of our Constitution. Just imagine that William Casey's dream came true. Suppose the enterprise grew into a super-secret, self-financing, self-perpetuating organization. Suppose they decided on their own to assassinate Gorbachev or the leader of white South Africa. Could a president control them? And what if he became the enterprise's public enemy number one? Who would know? Who would say no?
The secret government will continue in a few moments.
The history of our secret government. World War II was over. Europe lay devastated. The United States emerged as the most powerful nation on earth. But from the rubble rose a strange new world, a peace that was not peace, and a war that was not war. We saw it emerging when the Soviets occupied Eastern Europe. The Cold War had begun.
An iron curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe.
The Russians had been our ally against the Nazis, an expedient alliance for the sake of war. Now they were our enemy. To fight them, we turned to some of the very men who had inflicted on humanity the horrors of Hitler's madness. We hired Nazis as American spies. We struck a secret bargain with the devil.
One that I know real well is Klaus Barbie. He was wanted by the French as their number one war criminal. And somehow we employed a man like that as a very secretive informant.
Erhard Dabringhaus was employed in the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps and assigned to work with Nazi informants spying on the Russians. One of them was Klaus Barbie, the Butcher of Lyon, who had tortured and murdered thousands of Jews and resistance fighters. The Americans did not turn Barbie over to the French when they finished with him. They helped him escape to Bolivia. Other top Nazis were smuggled into the United States to cooperate in the war against the new enemy. So began the morality of the Cold War. Anything goes. The struggle required a mentality of permanent war, a perpetual state of emergency. And it meant a vast new apparatus of power that radically transformed our government. Its foundations were laid when President Truman signed into law the National Security Act of 1947.
Now, that National Security Act of 1947 changed dramatically the direction of this great nation. It established the framework for a national security state.
Admiral Jean LaRocque rose through the ranks from ensign to become a strategic planner for the Pentagon, and now heads the Center for Defense Information, a public interest group.
The National Security Act of 47 gave us the National Security Council. Never have we had a National Security Council so concerned about the nation's security that we were always looking for threats and looking how to orchestrate our society to oppose those threats. National security was invented almost in 1947, and now it has become the prime mover of everything we do is measured against something we invented in 1947. The National Security Act also gave us the Central Intelligence Agency.
This is the house the Cold War built, the CIA, the core of the new secret government. Its chief legitimate duty was to gather foreign intelligence for America's new role as a world power. Soon it was taking on covert operations, abroad and at home. As its mission expanded, the CIA recruited adventuresome young men like Notre Dame's All-American Ralph McGehee.
I look back to the individual that I was when I joined the agency.
I was a dedicated Cold Warrior who felt the agency was out there fighting for liberty, justice, democracy, and religion around the world. And I believed wholeheartedly in this. I just felt proud every day that I went to work because I was out at the vanguard of the battle against the international evil empire, international communist, the evil empire.
Iran, 1953. The CIA mounted its first major covert operation to overthrow a foreign government. The target was the Prime Minister of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh. He held power legitimately through his country's parliamentary process, and he was popular. Washington had once looked to him as the man to prevent a communist takeover. But that was before Mossadegh decided that the Iranian state, not British companies, ought to own and control the oil within Iran's own borders. When he nationalized the British-run oil fields, Washington saw red. The Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, and his brother Alan, director of the CIA, decided with Eisenhower's approval to overthrow Mossadegh and reinstate.
What year are we in? 1950, right? And remember we were trying to figure out who was the director at the time, newbie? That time machine is important, man. International Evil Empire, International Kindness, the Evil Empire, Iran, 1953. I rewinded
The CIA mounted its first major covert operation to overthrow a foreign government. The target was the Prime Minister of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh. He held power legitimately through his country's parliamentary process, and he was popular. Washington had once looked to him as the man to prevent a communist...
Wait. Damn, I missed a lot of shit. Hold on. Sorry, y'all.
Vanguard of the battle against the international evil empire, international communist, the evil empire.
Iran, 1953. The CIA mounted its first major covert operation to overthrow a foreign government. The target was the Prime Minister of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh. He held power legitimately through his country's parliamentary process, and he was popular. Washington had once looked to him as the man to prevent a communist takeover. But that was before Mossadegh decided that the Iranian state, not British companies, ought to own and control the oil within Iran's own borders. When he nationalized the British-run oil fields, Washington saw red. The Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, and his brother Alan, director of the CIA, decided with Eisenhower's approval to overthrow Mossadegh and reinstate the Shah of Iran. The mobs paid by the CIA and the police and soldiers bribed by the CIA drove Mossadegh from office.
Crown Prince Abdullah greets the Shah as he lands at Baghdad airport after a 7-hour flight from Rome.
The King of Kings was back in control and more pliable than Mossadegh. American oil companies took over almost half of Iran's production. U.S. arms merchants moved in with $18 billion of weapon sales over the next 20 years. But there were losers.
Nearly everybody in Iran of any importance has had a brother or a mother or a sister or a son or a father tortured, jailed, deprived of property without due process. I mean, an absolutely buccaneering dictatorship in our name that we supported. SAVAK was created by the CIA.
SAVAK, the Shah's secret police, tortured and murdered thousands of his opponents. General Richard Secord and Albert Hakim, whom we met earlier, were among those who helped supply the Shah's insatiable appetite for the technology of control. But the weapons and flattery heaped by America on the Shah blinded us to the growing opposition of his own people. They rose up in 1979 against him. Death to the Shah, they shouted. Death to the American Satan.
Khomeini is a direct consequence, and the hostage crisis is a direct consequence, and the resurgence of the Shia is a direct consequence of the CIA's overthrow of Mossadegh in 1953.
Guatemala, 1954. Flushed with success, America's secret government decided another troublesome leader must go. This time it was Jacobo Arbenz, the democratically elected president of Guatemala. Philip Rettinger was recruited from the Marines to join the CIA team.
It was explained to me that it was very important for the security of the United States that we were going to prevent a Soviet beachhead in this hemisphere, which we have heard about very recently, of course, and that the Guatemalan government was communist, and we had to do something about it.
President Arbenz had admired Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and his government voted often with the American position at the United Nations. But in trying to bring a new deal to Guatemala, Arbenz committed two sins in the eyes of the Eisenhower administration. First, when he opened the system to all political parties, he recognized the communists too.
Well, of course, there was no even a hint of communism in his government. He had no communists in his cabinet. He did permit the existence of a very small communist party.
Arbenz also embarked on a massive land reform program. Less than 3% of the landowners held more than 70% of the land. So Arbenz nationalized more than 1.5 million acres, including land owned by his own family, and turned it over to peasants. Much of that land belonged to the United Fruit Company, the giant American firm that was intent on keeping Guatemala quite literally a banana republic. United Fruit appealed to its close friends in Washington, including the Dulles brothers, who said that Arbenz was openly playing the communist game. He had to go.
This was sudden death for him. I mean, there was no chance of him winning this fight because of the fact that he had done this to the United Fruit Company, plus the fact that he was overthrowing the hegemony of the United States over this area. And this was dangerous. It could not be tolerated. We couldn't tolerate this.
From Honduras, the same country that today is the Contra staging base, the CIA launched a small band of mercenaries against Guatemala. They were easily turned back. So with its own planes and pilots, the CIA then bombed the capital. Arbenz fled and was immediately replaced by an American puppet, Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas.
He overturned all of the reformist activity of President Arbenz. He gave the land back to the United Fruit Company that had been confiscated. He took land from the peasants and gave it back to the landowners.
The CIA had called its covert action against Guatemala Operation Success. Military dictators ruled the country for the next 30 years. The United States provided them with weapons and trained their officers. The communists we saved them from would have been hard-pressed to do it better. Peasants were slaughtered. Political opponents were tortured. Suspected insurgents were shot, stabbed, burned alive, or strangled. There were so many deaths at one point that coroners complained they couldn't keep up with the workload. Operation Success.
What we did has caused a succession of repressive military dictatorships in that country and has been responsible for the death of over 100,000 of their citizens.
Success breeds success, sometimes with dreary repetition. Mario Sandoval Alarcon began his career in the CIA's adventure in Guatemala. Today, he's known as a godfather of the death squads. In 1981, after lobbying Ronald Reagan's advisors for military aid to Guatemala, Sandoval Alarcon danced at the inaugural ball. Richard Bissell, another veteran of the Guatemalan coup, went on to become the CIA's chief of covert operations. I looked him up several years ago for a CBS documentary. Cuba, 1961. 7 years after Operation Success in Guatemala, Bissell was planning another CIA covert operation.
The assault has begun on the dictatorship of Fidel Castro.
On April 17, 1961, Cuban exiles trained by the CIA at a base in friendly Guatemala landed on the southern coast of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs. The U.S. had promised air support, but President Kennedy canceled it. The invaders, left defenseless, surrendered. 7 months after the disastrous invasion, Kennedy delivered a major foreign policy address.
We cannot, as a free nation, compete with our adversaries in tactics of terror, assassination, false promises, counterfeit mobs, and crises.
The president was not telling the truth. Even as he spoke, his administration was planning a new covert war on Cuba. It would include some of the dirty tricks the president said we were above. The secret government was prepared for anything. At one time, the CIA organized a small department known as Executive Action, which was a permanent assassination capability.
Well, it wasn't just an assassination capability. It was a capability to discredit or get rid of people. But it could have included assassination.
And it did. There were at least 8 documented attempts to kill Castro. He says there were 24. and there was even one effort to put LSD in his cigars. To help us get rid of the Cuban leader, our secret government turned to the mafia, just as we once made use of Nazis. The gangsters included the Las Vegas mafioso John Rosselli, the Don of Chicago, Sam Giancana, and the boss of Tampa, Santo Trafficante. If I read you correctly, you're saying it's the involvement with the mafia that disturbed you and not the need or decision to assassinate a foreign leader.
Correct.
It's a chilling thought, made more chilling by the assassination of John Kennedy. The accusations linger. In some minds, the suspicions persist of a dark, unsolved conspiracy behind his murder. You can dismiss them, as many of us do, but knowing now what our secret government planned for Castro, the possibility remains. Once we decide that anything goes, anything can come home to haunt us. Vietnam, 1968. American soldiers are fighting and dying in the jungles of Southeast Asia. But the Vietnam War didn't start this way. It started secretly, off the books, like so many of these ventures that have ended disastrously. The CIA got there early, soon after the Vietnamese won their independence from the French in 1954. Eisenhower warned that the nations of Southeast Asia would fall like dominoes if the communists led by Ho Chi Minh took over all Vietnam. To hold the line, we installed in Saigon a puppet regime under Ngo Dinh Diem. American-trained commandos were used to sabotage bus and rail lines and contaminate North Vietnam's oil supply. President Kennedy sent the Green Berets to Vietnam and turned to full-scale counterinsurgency. He had once said Vietnam was the ultimate test of our will to stem the tide of world communism. By the time of his death, there were 15,000 Americans there. They were called advisors. The secret war was leading only to deeper involvement and more deception.
It is my duty to the American people to report that renewed hostile actions against United States ships on the high seas in the Gulf of Tonkin have today required me to order the military forces of the United States to take action in reply.
This president was not telling the truth either. The action in the Gulf of Tonkin was not unprovoked. South Vietnam had been conducting secret raids in the area against the North, and the American destroyer, ordered into the battle zone, had advance warning it could be attacked. But Johnson seized the incident to stampede Congress into passing the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. He then used it as a blank check for the massive buildup of American forces. April 1965, 2 battalions of Marines land in South Vietnam, the first of more than 2.5 million Americans to fight there with no congressional declaration of war. The dirty little war that began in secret is reaching full roar. Free fire zones, defoliation, the massacre at My Lai, napalm, and the CIA's Operation Phoenix to round up, torture, and kill suspected Viet Cong.
We were murdering these people, incinerating them.
Ralph McGee was there for the CIA and helped set up South Vietnam's secret police.
My efforts had resulted in the deaths of many people. And I just, for me, it was a period when I guess I consider myself nearly insane. I just couldn't reconcile what I had been and what I was at the time becoming.
Many of the secret warriors in Southeast Asia had no such doubts or regrets. Some of the team that later joined the Iran-Contra enterprise helped to run the secret war in Laos.
Coming in from an altitude of about 2,000 feet.
As General Richard Secord later put it, Laos belonged to the CIA. Looking back, it's stunning how easily the Cold War enticed us into surrendering popular control of government to the national security state. We've never come closer to bestowing absolute authority on the president. Setting up White House groups that secretly decide to fight dirty little wars is a direct assumption of the war powers expressly forbidden by the Constitution. Not since December 1941 has Congress declared war. Since then, we've had a police action in Korea, advisors in Vietnam, covert operations in Central America, peacekeeping in Lebanon, and low-intensity conflicts going on right now from Angola to Cambodia. We've turned the war powers of the United States over to where we're never really sure who, or what they're doing, or what it costs, or who is paying for it. The one thing we are sure of is that this largely secret global war, carried on with less and less accountability to democratic institutions, has become a way of life. And now we're faced with a question brand new in our history. Can we have the permanent warfare state and democracy too?
A shellfish toxin.
In 1975, as the war in Vietnam came to an end, Congress took its first public look at the secret government. Senator Frank Church chaired the Select Committee to study government operations. The hearings opened the books on a string of lethal activities, from the use of electric pistols and poison pellets to mafia connections and drug experiments. And they gave us a detailed account of assassination plots against foreign leaders and the overthrowing of sovereign governments.
Yes, it does.
We learned, for example, how the Nixon administration had waged a covert war against the government of Chile's president, Salvador Allende, who was ultimately overthrown by a military coup and assassinated.
Like Caesar peering into the colonies from distant Rome, Nixon said the choice of government by the Chileans was unacceptable to the President of the United States. The attitude in the White House seemed to be, if in the wake of Vietnam I can no longer send in the Marines, then I will send in the CIA.
This remains for me the heart of the matter. The men who wrote our Constitution, our basic book of rules, were concerned that power be held accountable. No party of government and no person in government, not even the president, was to pick or choose among the laws to be obeyed. But how does one branch of government blow the whistle on another? Or how do the people cry foul when their liberties are imperiled if public officials can break the rules, lie to us about it, and then wave the wand of national security to silence us? Can it happen again? You bet it can. The apparatus of secret power remains intact in a huge White House staff operating in the sanctuary of presidential privilege. George Bush has already told the National Security Council to take more responsibility for foreign policy, which can, of course, be exercised beyond public scrutiny. And a lot of people in Washington are calling for more secrecy, not less, including more covert actions. This is a system easily corrupted as the public grows indifferent again and the press is seduced or distracted. So one day, sadly, we're likely to discover once again that while freedom does have enemies in the world, it can also be undermined here at home, in the dark, by those posing as its friends.
That's right.
I'm Bill Moyers. Good night.
That's right, goddammit. Woo! Look at Newbie. Newbie, this has been your favorite word, insane, for the past month. This is insane. Hey, time traveling, baby. We got a time travel.
Mouthful. That was a mouthful right there.
Newbie, we got the time travel, man. We got to go back, baby, to know what the fuck is in front of us today. God damn, boy.
And to even understand how far back this started. That's what's so amazing about it.
And it make you wonder, why they ain't tell us this shit in school? Why these are not written in the new history books that come out with these kids? None of this shit is in there. Not no Vietnam.
Because they don't have to tell us the truth, Don.
What's the point of having a history subject if you're not going to talk about the history of the United States? You talk about, you got these kids still knowing about George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and all the rest of them motherfuckers, but not actually saying everything that happened. You ask the motherfuckers, who was your first president? George Washington. Who's your president now? Biden. Shit like that. No, tell us what the fuck. You don't tell us what the CIA fuck? I never knew a such thing as the CIA going in school. You knew about the CIA? Did they teach you the CIA in school, newbie? They ain't teach us shit about no goddamn CIA. I bet you these fucking kids don't even know about goddamn FEMA and Homeland Security. I bet you they don't even know. All that should be updated.
Well, the thing
Why
about
even
that is
put
that
yourself in goddamn school if they not finna teach you all this shit?
we're supposedly in the information age, right? Go figure.
That they control. Right? That they control. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. 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 Which is even more scarier, right? Which is why I'm a skeptic at every goddamn thing now, goddamn. You feel me? I'm a skeptic, motherfucker.
You can't help but question everything you see.
But I am a skeptic. Right.
You can't help but question everything you see, hear, read.
I got something for you, newbie. When I saw this, I laughed. I couldn't do shit but laugh. Let me find it. Now they have an article. I just saw this, though. They have an article from the New York Post said the USSR spent $1 billion on mind control programs. You going to mention the USA as well, New York Post? Uh-huh. You going to say the USA, too? Leave the USA out, right? Leave that shit up to us conspiracy motherfuckers, huh? Still talking about mind control. Yeah, exactly. Of course. Yeah. Here's what made me laugh right here. This is on physics-astronomy.com. You wouldn't believe the title. Scientists, Earth endangered by new strand of fact-resistant humans.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
I wait to read all this shit. I grab it, then I post it, and I come back for it for the shows, okay? So before I read this bullshit, it'll be my first time. 205-434. Did you mean to push 1?
Yes.
Okay. How you doing today, Xander? This you, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
A great day, baby.
Thank you. Same to you. Whoever in here, man, what's up? What I got, man. There is nothing for you to fear, but the danger is real. Some people live by the sword in hopes that peace will be still.
Okay, thank you, baby. I'll give you a hand clap for that. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, real quick. So let me read this, and then we're going to get into this MK Ultra shit. Again, scientist says Earth endangered by new strand of fact-resistant humans. You got to laugh every time. Okay, this might be corny, but I'm going to read into a little bit of what this shit is saying. According to Worrying News research, scientists have identified a strong new strand of fact-resistant people that are endangering the Earth's capacity to support life. The University of Minnesota study finds a virulent strand of individuals that are practically impervious to any type of verified information, leaving experts baffled as to how to counter them. Okay? That's your fact checkers, ain't it? Like, we don't give a fuck what you say, bitch. These human, it's what it says is, this is David Logsdon at University of Minnesota. He says, these humans appear to have all the faculties necessary to receive and process information. David Logsdon One of the scientists who contributed to the study said, and yet somehow they have developed defenses that are, for all intent purposes, have rendered those faculties totally inactive. As facts have multiplied, their defenses against those facts have only grown more powerful. Facts about what, Mr. Scientist? While scientists do not have a strong understanding of the mechanisms that prevent fact-resistant individuals from absorbing facts, they speculate that the strand may have gained the capacity to intercept and reject information en route from the auditory nerve to the brain. The normal functions of human consciousness have been completely nullified, he said. While reiterating the study's glooming findings, Logston expressed optimism that the threat of fact-resistant people may be minimized in the future. He says, our research is very preliminary, but it's possible that they will become more receptive to facts once they are in an environment without food, water, or oxygen. What does that sound like? Interrogation, taking away what they did to them countries. They came in, took away their food, their source of supplies, and then fed them a whole bunch of information so they can accept it. Basically starved them so they can accept Jesus and all the rest of that bullshit. Like Dr. York say, you can convert people when they're starving. You can convert them when they're starving. And this motherfucker right here literally says, our research is very preliminary, but it's possible that they will become more receptive to facts once they are in an environment without food, water, or oxygen. Fuck it. I believe in Jesus. Give me a piece of meat. Whatever the fuck it is, okay? It's going to be belief. Yeah. There you go, boys and girls. This shit here gets... Man, I just want to put on record, man. What you going to put on record, Don? I've mastered the art of breathing without using oxygen. And I can fast without fucking food. Yeah, they're not going to get me. I'm telling you that shit right now. You start depriving these motherfuckers, you win. But you try to deprive my motherfucking ass, you still going to fucking lose. Fact resistance, boys and girls. All right. So we got about 7 minutes. We got 7 minutes. We about to hit overtime. Y'all want to get into a little bit of these CIA, MK Ultra files, declassified? Shout it. Say hell to the motherfucking yeah. Newbie, do me a favor,
I'm going to call in
baby.
again, Don.
Yeah, hang on, call it back. And don't forget, drop the link for me, sweetheart. You know, my computer be tripping. Give me that link. I hate that I keep asking him to give me the link, man, but that motherfucker be hating. All right, so yeah, that's that new strand of fact-resistant people. It's so much more I want to share. I want to give y'all, but damn, time is sped up so fast. It's moving so fast. Let's, while Newbie called back in, and before we go into overtime, I'm gonna drop the link. When he dropped the link, I'm gonna give y'all this. USSR spent $1 billion on mind control programs. Okay, from the New York Post. All right, the race to put man on the moon wasn't enough of a battle for the global superpowers during the Cold War. At the time, the Soviet Union and the United States were in an arms race of a bizarre, unconventional kind that has been exposed in a new report. What is it? Beginning in 1917 and continuing until 2003, the Soviets poured up to $1 billion into developing mind-controlling weaponry to complete with, nope, wrong. Let me do it again. Beginning in 1917 and continuing until 2003, the Soviets poured up to $1 billion into developing mind-controlling weaponry to compete with similar programs undertaken in the United States. While much still remains classified, we can now confirm the Soviets used methods to manipulate test subjects' brains. The paper by Serge Kernbach at the Research Center of Advanced Robotics and Environmental Science in Stuttgart, Germany, details the Soviet Union's extensive experiments called psychotronics. The paper is based on Russian technical journals and recently declassified documents. The paper outlines how the Soviets developed Serpan, a device to generate and store high-frequency electromagnetic radiation, which was used to affect other objects. Serpan. Okay, this is wild. If the generator is designed properly, it is able to accumulate bioenergy from all living things, animals, plants, humans, and then release it outside, the paper said. Damn, y'all should actually look at the drawing. It looks just like the drawing for the cryptocurrency mining human body activity drawing. The psychotronics program, known in the U.S. as parapsychology, involves unconventional research into mind control and remote influence, and was funded by the government. With only limited knowledge of each other's mind-bending programs, the Soviets and Americans were both participating in similar secret operations with areas of interest often mirroring the other country's study. The Psychotronics project draws similarities to part of the controversial program MK-Ultra in the U.S. The C.I.A. program ran for 20 years and is still running, has been highly documented since being investigated in the 1970s and was recently dramatized in the 2009 movie, The Men Who Stare at Goats. Scientists involved in the MK-Ultra program researched the possibility of manipulating people's minds by altering their brain functions using electromagnetic waves. This program led to the development of psychotronic weapons, which were intended to be used to perform these mind-shifting functions. The illegal research subjected humans to experiments with drugs such as LSD, hypnosis, and radiological and biological agents. Shockingly, we got 3 minutes, we're going in overtime, y'all. Shockingly, some studies were conducted without the participants' knowledge. Kernbach's paper on the Soviet Union's psychotronics program fails to mention one thing: the results. He also doesn't detail whether there are ongoing mind control programs in the U.S. or Russia, but there are suspicions. Fuck yes, there's still mind control. It's common sense. I'm motherfucking got to tell you that. Whoever the fuck you rely on ain't got to tell you all of that. Just common fucking sense. Russian President Vladimir Putin made mention of futuristic weaponry last year in a presidential campaign article. He says this: space-based systems and IT tools, especially in cyberspace, will play a great, if not decisive, role in armed conflicts. In a more remote future, weapon systems that use different physical principles will be created, such as beam, geophysical, wave, genetic, psychophysical, and other types of weapons. All this will provide fundamentally new instruments for achieving political and strategic goals in addition to nuclear weapons. They say Putin said this. The newly declassified information outlined in the report only touches on the Soviet psychotronics program and the bizarre experiments undertaken. With so much information still classified, this is what the article says, not done. Will we ever know the whole truth? You won't, bitch, but I already got the whole truth, motherfucker. Let me check out this in the new oh shit, yeah. Let me check this out. Let me go to what's her name? Okay, 516 Newbie, this you. Your mic is wide open.
All right, guys. Let go.
Great day, Jay Illa. Great day, C9. Let me pull it up. You already know it's gonna take a year. I still don't understand why I can't, access websites at the speed of light. It takes forever. Let me find this
10 seconds.
in this article. New York Post. Nigga, you way late though. I just want to tell you that, motherfucker, man. Y'all goddamn humans. But this article was written 2013, y'all, December 28th, from the New York Post. It all got to come back full circle. That's why you got to go time travel to the past. Got to keep your eyes and your ears open. Focus on that shit around you, man, because they coming. Got to be 19 steps ahead of their ass. All right, newbie, they ain't giving me nothing. I got to stand up. And we get into it. What file are we on? I think we on file 64. Classified. 64?
I think so.
Yeah. All right. Let me exit up out of there, bitch. Dun 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 dun. About to exit up out of goddamn my little YouTube page. Gotta go to another one. Here we go. Great day, Miss Hudson. How you doing today? All right, y'all. Let's dance. See if they give it to me. Close some of this shit out. All right, we on 64. File 64, file 64. Conversation with redacted, April 25th, 1951. What the fuck is this? Are you on it? Anybody on it? Newbie dropped the link for y'all. Oh, I gotta read this. Let me zoom in. This sucks. Dun 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 dun. All right, here we go. See if I can make this out. Assistant Deputy Director Admin of INS. I forgot what that means. Attention, Assistant Director for Scientific Intelligence. This is dated April 25th, 1951. Conversation with blank. 1. Blank blank of the blank blank hold a cocktail party at his home on the evening of April 23rd to introduce blank and blank blank. These gentlemen are in the city primarily for a meeting called by blank about analytical detection equipment. Somebody look that up. Analytical detection equipment. And then put C.I.A. Among the guests were blank, blank, blank. And during the informal conversation, blank asked to have 3 or 4 minutes for private conversation, and we retired to the library. Blank asked what was happening in C.I.A. on the subject very close to his heart of special interrogation methods, said that he had heard from somebody in C.I.A., probably from one of the covert shops, that blank had assumed leadership of the program. He said that if C.I.A. did not plan to develop the program aggressively, he felt it was so important that he was planning to take personal stops within the blank, blank, blank. I told him of the selection of blank, blank, and asked if he, blank, would be willing to talk with blank and myself. The answer was in the affirmative. I also asked blank if he felt that the first thing that should be done in this program was to put out a word of warning to the blank, 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 blank on the defensive aspects, and if so, what sort of warning should be given. He said that he would like to think about it and would be glad to talk about it at the time that blank and blank saw him. I don't know. 3. Blank has been to blank recently perhaps on 2 trips, and knows something about the methods that the blank are using for uniformed personnel. He knows of no use of drugs or hypnosis, but has received reports on the use of drugs. He knows of no use of drugs or hypnosis, but has received reports on the use of duress. He says that there are formal blank reports on the subject. With your concurrence, I will ask blank to talk with blank early in the program. I am sure that blank would appreciate any briefing that you may wish to give him about the scope of these conversations. On an entirely different subject and divorced from the conversation with blank, have you given any thought to the program that should be planned for the debriefing of blank should he become available in the near future? All right. Read that pretty good. All right. Take that out. See, fuck. Sorry. Gotta go back to the after party. Or, no, I don't. Maybe backspace can get me there. All right, C.I.A. 65. Here we go. Memorandum regarding testing of Cap9. All right, need somebody to look up Cap9. Oh, my goodness. I got to try to read this. Hold up. Let me take it back. What's Cap9? 65. BULBO Cap9. BULBO Cap9. BULBO Cap9. All right. So, you see how they selling this in this day and time? Y'all see my little page? It's a microbiology and organic fine microchemical, CDMO, and specialist supplier, Biosense, AG, has made blah, blah, blah. Fuck that. It's an a porphine alkaloid that has been isolated from choroidalis and exhibits inhibitory activity against enzymes such as tyrosine 3-monooxygenase and diamine oxidase. Yeah. Now let's see why they want to use it. Induces catalepsy, and that is obtained from the roots of plants of genus Choroidalis and from squirrel corn. Okay. 60. Where am I? 60. Oh, I can sit down now. 60. Where am I? 64. Wait.
65.
65? Okay, thank you. All right, good. My page just popped up. Okay, page just popped up. I'm in the building. Okay, no, that is not the page. Fuck, my page never popped up. All right, newbie, you want to try to read this Scrabble? This Scrabble?
Let me see what I can do, Don.
So I can get a page.
Yeah.
So I can finally sit down and read this shit.
All right, so this is what? Chief Contact Division, Attention Scientific blank, Chief blank Office, Cast blank, Reference blank. Number 1, blank was enthusiastic about the possibility of having his groups test the effects of Cap9 and similar drugs which affect the psyche. On the other hand, he pointed out that he was not familiar with Cap9 and requested that we furnish him all available publications on its use. He was sold that page went up on me.
He was sold that as far as
right, as far as
our office knew. So he was something. No, it's not sold. He was something that maybe told.
He was
He was
told.
told. Yeah, he was told that as far as our office knew. Okay.
Okay, Snoop. There have been no experiments with the hypnotic effects of Cap-9 upon humans. He then asked for available literature describing experiments with animals. During the course of the conversation, he was advised that OFA was currently hampered by budgetary limitations on such research projects. As a point, he stated that the course had not occurred, so as he stated that preliminary investigations of this type should not be expensive. He indicated that if the experiments appeared to be
interesting.
Is that what is it? Interesting? Yeah, it looked like it, yeah. There was a good possibility that they could be conducted without, can't see that.
Oh no, I was about to say without usurp, but
without it looks like
interesting. There was a good possibility that they could be considered without.
It looks like
charged.
Change.
Without change. Okay.
Without change,
okay.
Yeah. If the preliminary investigations warranted more through studies involving large allocations of research personnel and facilities, then it might be necessary to renegotiate on the basis of partial reimbursement. This, he said, would depend on how far you people want to go with this thing. That's why I say always follow the money. These people want to do this thing, but they got to have a budget. It's crazy, Don.
Yeah, gotta get paid. Using them tax dollars to put y'all ass under mind control. That's what you're paying taxes for.
Right?
For your own demise.
Okay, number 3. Blank was advised that the security agents of this project were rather sensitive from a propaganda point of view, and that for the time being, CIA or U.S. government interest in such experiments should be
not revealed to anyone. Should be revealed
to anyone.
So what is it saying right there? What are they trying to say?
They're saying that the security aspects of this project were rather sensitive from a propaganda point of view. So I guess the security of it, they had a problem with that, and that they didn't want it to get out. As far as the time being, no CIA or U.S. government interest in such experiments should be revealed to anyone.
So should be.
They're trying to keep it secret.
Keep it secret, yeah. Okay.
It was pointed out to him that with the increase, yeah, that's what it looks like, increase in interest in the biological approach.
Biochemical?
Yeah, biochemical approach to psychiatry, and the Fuhrer caused the fury? Fuhrer. It looks like Fuhrer.
It's Fuhrer.
You know who they call the Fuhrer, right?
What's that?
Hitler. And the Fuhrer caused, yeah, caused by, that looks like, is that Hitler?
That's HYMKL or something, ain't it? Paper. HYMKL's. Probably Brian.
Hinkle's paper? Hinkle's paper.
That's an H, right? I think that's an H.
That's what it looks like to me, Don.
HYMKL apostrophe S paper. Paper. And they have the date on it or something. LSD. On LSD. He did a paper on LSD dash 25.
Yeah. What it looks like.
Let's see if we can find it. I missed the K. M-A-K. Is it M-H? How you put? Where's the fuck the word at? M-H-M-K-L's paper. Ain't giving me shit.
Nothing.
So it must not be. It must not be H.
It looks like Hinkles. Hinkles or something. H-Y-N-K-L''S.
Yeah, we know
That's what it
a
looks
Y.
like to me. H-Y-N-K-L''S.
That's what I wrote. And I ain't get nothing. Maybe Brian can find the paper that he wrote. Yeah, keep going. I'm gonna keep looking.
Yeah, something comes up.
What you find?
I see some papers here. Hinkle's paper. It's going from Energy Infrastructure Company.
Hinkle's papers on
Hinkle's
LSD.
News. I should have wrote that in there.
At the APA meeting. Let me just type in at the APA meeting.
I mean, you got to get it somehow, right? They give you tidbits. You got to just work it. Keep working the information.
Interesting enough, the first thing that popped up was the GOV site. NCBI.NILM.gov, NIH. Yeah, and its proactive effects are prolonged over time, up to 12 hours, depending on the dose, tolerance, weights, and age. This was published in 2020.
Oh, that's recent.
And the APA has a sample paper. I fucking hate these goddamn search engines. So APA.org, I don't know if it's the same, but it deals with psychedelic drugs.
There you go.
Okay, maybe he's going to tell us about Hinkle's paper or somebody. Keep going.
Yeah. All right. As the APA meeting looks like the U.S., Louise, the investigation.
St. Louis. That's St. Louis. Meeting in St. Louis. Okay. Let me take that in. The meeting in St. Louis. Keep going.
The investigation of the further effects of such drugs would appear to be normal for the experiment. No.
All right, let me help you out. Wait, start over to Hinkle's paper again.
Okay, from Hinkle's paper it says, on LSD/25, at the APA meeting in St. Louis, the investigation of the further effects of such drugs would appear to be normal research undertakingly a group such as his.
Undertaken by a group such as his.
Is that it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In other words, is that enormous?
Impetus.
Okay. The impetus for the experiment would emanate from him personally. He agreed to this, but stated that he would have to think the matter over and get some ideas on how the thing should be operated. He expressed a desire to discuss the matter with either him, blank. What's this?
Security.
Oh boy, I can't make that one.
Security? Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I can tell you that word after that. Maybe officials. Security officials disapprove.
Security officials disapprove. On January 7th, 1954, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 54? Or with blank.
Currently working for. Blank, currently working for.
for blank and blank, 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 blank. So what is that freaking word?
Luckily.
Let me open it up a little bit more.
Luckily.
Oh, okay, that's easier now. Okay, luckily blank was primarily interested in blank. Therefore, he was advised by,
My bad. Therefore, he was what?
He was advised by blank that blank would be the better something.
Fit, maybe. I don't know. That blank would
Sounds
be
like
better something.
Mm-hmm. Blank could be let in on the actual experiment, but need not be told that therefore what? What is that?
Oh,
is that C.I.A.?
But need not to be told that they were something inspired. Maybe CIA inspired. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Meanwhile, blank advised him to
be.
What did they say? Confer? It looks like confer.
Yeah.
Him to be
confer with blank on it.
On it, yep. Until he received further word from our office. A security check of blank
is attached
and is requested that at. Man, this is horrible.
Is attached and is requested that in. It is maybe clearance too. It's clearance.
Yeah.
There got to be clearance. That other word, clearance on him to obtain as soon as possible.
Well, yeah. Blank looks like installs. Wow, this is bad.
Had XER dash has experience. Had blank has experience in obtaining prisoner volunteers
with such experiences, and would be a great deal of help.
Experiment. Blank had experience in obtaining prisoner volunteers for such experiments and would be a great deal of help in setting up such a project.
Yep.
What the fuck is Bobocopine?
Bobo Cap9.
Cap9.
Bobo Cap9. Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck?
It's supposed to be some kind of plant metabolite or something like that. That's what it said.
Man, they use every goddamn plant against us. Plan ET, planet, plant.
Everything that possibly can it, Charlie.
All right, number one, what it says. The matter stand now. Mm-hmm.
What are we here? I jumped the page here. As matters stand now, A. Blank is enthusiastic. He wants some information on the drugs. For this, it would be ideal to present him with the list of the drugs in which CSI is interested, or OSI, is interested. This list was absorbed in
described.
What's it again?
This list was described.
Described in the May 1st, 1950, what's that,
1954 conference.
54 conference between blank, 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 and blank. He has agreed to tell no one of our plans until we advise him otherwise. Okay, what we got here? It appears that this plan might provide the, what does that say, forensics
I don't know. It might provide the framework. Framework, Alex. Framework. Yes.
You get 100. Framework. Okay, for a then.
Is it continuing?
It could be continuing, inexpensive, and completely confidential research operation.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yep. That was it. Okay, although this office has not have access to the scientific data research to obtain something right. Effect of
which
drugs.
paragraph you on?
5.
Okay, what did I say? Although this office does not have access to the scientific data necessary to what?
Evaluate. Right?
Okay. Blank effect on those drugs.
Effect of these drugs.
It should be
brought out that blank's possible reservations so
probable.
far.
Probable. Reservations.
So far, unexpected.
Are concerned.
Are
concurred. Okay.
Right. With the determination of the possibility of the permanent ill effects of these drugs on human subjects. It is
hoped that the pharmaceutical.
It looks like pharmacological.
Pharmacological, whatever that word.
Pharmacological,
Yeah, pharmacological properties of those drugs have been well defined, and that yon right there, and that some evidence is available on their experimental use on animals.
That's what they were trying to ascertain, because they didn't have any data.
We on 65, Zena, and we at the last page on 3, paragraph 6, Zena. That's where we at. Great day to you, Zena. Great day to Brock, G. Okay, 6. Let's dance.
All right. In this connection, blank
ran across.
Drew accents, it looked like?
He ran across. In this connection, blank ran across.
Okay, ran across one rather discouraging comment on the potential of Cap9. C blank blank blank. And I don't know what that word is.
I have no idea. He told him to see somebody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Was that any source of this information?
The source of this information.
The source of this information was blank blank of blank staff. Described blank blank as
a walking encyclopedia
on pharmacological forensics.
On experimental
forensic medicine.
You sure that shit is forensic?
It looks like forensic. What is it? Frequent?
It'd be arsenic.
Hell no. That's an F in the front. That's forensic.
Experimental. Okay, fuck it. We'll say forensic shit.
Medicine. The view of this report.
In view
of this report, the substance of which has not been called to blank blank blank's attention. It might be better if either drugs were considered along with the Cap9 in case the latter proves To be
no
dangerous?
Yep.
No danger.
To prove no injuries, no danger.
No, to be dangerous. It's the latter
to be
proof to be
dangerous.
dangerous. Yeah.
So what is the fuck that we just read? What was all that?
They're trying to. Well, apparently they're trying to compare two drugs with the bubble Cap9 and something else.
Okay. Whew.
So they're going to use the bubble Cap9 in case the latter proves not to be dangerous. So whatever else they chose after that.
These motherfuckers.
That's what I'm getting from it.
I said, these motherfuckers here, baby.
For real.
These motherfucking here. All right, let's go to file CIA files, MK Ultra, Declassified, memorandum regarding Project Artichoke drug review, December 6, 1951. We on file 66 for those that following us. I can do this one. This is legible.
Oh, yeah, of course. Right?
This shit is legible. Let me read this shit. I'm going to pull it up on the, so I'm going to let these folks see that this is what we looking at. All right, file 66. Here we go. Memorandum for file. Subject, conversations with blank, December 6, 1951. Blank called blank on 6th of December to pass along some information as background. Blank, while in blank on November 27th, has suggested to blank that it might be advisable to get together a team of pharmacologists to review the drug aspects of Project Artichoke. We have noted that all of the large pharmaceutical houses have investigated drugs from this standpoint. A properly selected group of pharmacologists who might have access to the research done in the various business concerns would save us a lot of time and effort. Blank agreed and advised that he would discuss the point with blank. In his telephone call, blank stated that he thought the idea has merit and suggested individuals for our consideration as follows. And we don't know what their considerations are. 3, blank stated that he has consulted with his colleagues, and the consensus is that these individuals would be far better than any pharmacologist in industrial laboratories. They are considered to be the fountainheads of the most important work that has been done on the pharmacological work to Project Artichoke. What is Project Artichoke again, newbie?
Mind control.
4, blank stated that he was not personally acquainted with any of the men, but suggested them as contacts we might want to develop. Blank expressed our appreciation for his suggestions and advised that we would go ahead with these individuals. What did it say? Better take other something blank in handwritten part.
Where are we at 3?
Nah, I wasn't at 3 yet. The side handwritten under C, where 4 is at on the left side. Better take other something, then that's blacked out.
Oh.
Better take their, I don't know. All right. All right, now we on 3. Not known whether this or another nauseating what the fuck?
Oh man, it just got
sensitizing drug.
I just got down
Not
there.
known whether this or another nauseating sensitizing drug could be safely
combined with an antiemetic drug, such as to make it capable.
So as to make it.
Say again?
So as to
active,
make
yeah.
it capable of sensitizing more subjects.
Sensitizing
He
more subjects. Yeah.
He did not know whether enough. He did not know whether enough of a volatile amphetamine or other drug could be given by inhalation. To sensitize a majority of subjects to flicker convulsion, or confusion.
Convulsion, yeah. Or confusion.
If the subject were to be surrounded by a wall of a plastic substance like lucite, a strong enough light behind this would be effective through it, regardless of the subject's direction of gaze. Closed eyelids do not protect. God damn.
What?
Oof.
Well, that's something we need to know.
He had no experience of any anti-convulsion drug, particularly prophylactic against photogenic seizures. Numerous well-known anti-convulsions could be tried. This is dealing with light, right?
This is dealing with light and people having seizures and epileptic episodes.
Light is the reason, which is why they start putting it in movies. Remember, people started having them lights flashing in the movies, and people started having epileptic episodes and all type of shit. Then they put the warning before you watch the movie.
Yep.
And people be like, I don't give a fuck what it costs. I'm still going to watch it.
The point is that I just got is that closed eyelids won't help, basically. So it'll still cause you to have the seizures.
Yep, no matter what direction you're gazing in or not.
Yep, closed eyelids do not protect.
Okay. Y'all got sound over there on YouTube? DeBrock? No, boy, I can't trust YouTube, man. These motherfuckers here.
They're always dropping it on you.
All right, we in. We got, YouTube ain't shut us down yet. Okay. All right, so, convulsion, eyelids, well known. Okay, environment 11. He thought that interrupted sound being less effective than interrupted light was hardly worth a trial. Combining sound with light seemed to him to add more complication than it offered gain either toward making subjects more sensitive or making more subjects sensitive. Smell, continuous or interrupted, seem to have been far less experienced. Smell, continuous or interrupted, seem to have been far less experimented with. Such experiments as the literature offered had been unpromising in his opinion. Blank's interest has seemed sufficient, equally with his statue as something authority, for me to offer the suggestion that the agency consider his use as a consultant. Goodness gracious.
That was 66, the devil.
Or God.
That too. Depending on who you are.
All right. So let's go to 60. Where we at? 67?
7. Yeah,
check disbursement, January 31st, 1955.
This is the money, Don. This is where the money is.
Yeah, they got to pay this man too. You got it?
Yeah, let's see what we got here. Trying to open it up. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go.
Is it hard to read? I ain't opened it up yet.
One. Not too
Oh,
bad.
shit.
We're going to have to work it, though. Oh, what happened here? What happened here?
It's a
All
check.
right, here we go.
We can bypass the check. Can we? It just acknowledged the check ain't number $37 fucking $50.
Is that it?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go to the
Have
next
to have
one.
a record, though, right?
But they do say highly sensitive materials which have been delivered to us and are now being held in the writer's safe. Ooh. All right, let's go to the next one.
68. What was that? Report on special trip authorized by
What number?
unreadable. 68. Report on special trip authorized by unreadable of October 13, 1954. I said it has. I think this has 18 pages.
You think it has 18 pages, or do you know it
19.
has 18 pages? Okay, I'll do half of it then. I'll start it. Chief Technical Branch O/SO from OSI Medicine. Subject, report on special trip authorized by, who is it authorized by? Of October 13, 1954. They ain't black it out, so we don't know. I said, y'all ain't gonna be able to see that anyway. As directed, at least 10 professionals' contacts were made during the time of 18 to the 29th of October, 1951. What the fuck is this word? Many contacts made by great good fortune through agency preparation and wholehearted cooperation of all concerned had most gratifying results.
Mm-hmm.
One of the desired substances collected had a commercial value of over $600. The other a production value of over $1,000. Others are rare items, commercially not obtainable, all secured without expenses to this agency. In addition, valuable data and files were collected, as well as special specimens, as well as specimens from outstanding collections for further study and guidance. The personnel contacts with field agents, expensive and experts or
It looks like executives, agents, executives, and scientists.
And scientists, old friends and acquaintance are actively, are certainly promising foundations for further joint actions.
I think that was accordingly. Okay.
Contacts with blankety blank 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 by through him with the officers and staff. Somebody's a blank.
Members.
Staff members of blank. What the fuck is this? Dollartron?
That's what it looks like. Wonder what that is.
Dollartron. Blank 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 has recently provided value of Doltrans.
It's an anesthetic, Don. It's an intravenous anesthetic.
Okay. Giving the results in over inducing, I don't know, judging the results in over 20 cases. He gives Dollartron a definite place in the
new era New era of anesthesiology.
Oh, designating it as anesthesias. Anesthesia.
I'm sorry.
After you say anesthesiologist, designating it as assigned
analgesic rather than anesthetic.
Analgesic rather than an anesthetic.
Correct.
A borderline agent. Induce it. Is it induce or sense it? Since it keeps the patient at least partially conscious.
Yep.
It makes the entire system what?
Insensible to pain.
In contrast to a local anesthetic, leaving the patient able to obey instructions from the doctor and obtaining the ability to use the muscles. While it causes forgetfulness, the blood
circulation rate.
The what?
The blood circulation rate is not
greatly slowed. Oral surgery is possible with less bleeding, and depression as well as deep anesthesia are
only obtained
after very large doses. Dilatron has been used successfully a lot, or in occasion,
or in combination.
Alone. Oh, Dilatron has been used successfully alone or in combination with other drugs, such as curare. What's this?
Succinyl chloride. Yes,
chloride, cocaine, nitrous oxide, and other. See detailed data in tables attached. In dental, eye, ear, nose, and throat surgery. And in bronchoscopy, bronchonoscopy, causing, in contrast to pentothal,
yes,
no spasm. It has given extended and prolonged relief from pain in advanced causes and in something removal.
Hemorrhoid
removal. Its uses in childbirth is in progress. For detailed clinical results, see something I attach. See table I attach. Methods of administration. You go. Your turn. God damn, this shit here is motherfucker. God damn.
For oral use, extended experiments are planned after completion in the laboratories of studies to improve the physical properties of Dilatron, such as suspension or solution, removal of odor, and adjustment to the desirable. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, let's just say dose.
Intramuscular injection, the acute staging stinging pain lasting about 2 minutes may be overcome by the simultaneous or preceding injection for a local anesthetic such as
Procaine.
Yeah. The raising of the arm above the horizontal level is in case
oral
injections
injection
are made. Huh? In case injections are made?
Oh, in case injections. Okay.
Are made in the arm are also it looks like rescinded to forearm pain and temporary swelling.
That don't say forearm. That say forestall. I don't know, but that's TALL. Arm would be less words for arm.
Okay.
I don't know, but that ain't forearm.
Okay, Forrestal pain. I don't know what that is. Never heard of that.
Hey, motherfucker,
Contemporary
you don't
swelling.
hang around people I hang around. I had Forrestal pain the other day.
Were you in the forest when you had it?
I was thinking about the forest when it happened.
Oh, man. How were we? Intravenous. Okay. Intravenous injection. The use of the greatly improved, it looks like, lympholysis. I don't know what that other word is.
We know it's for lies.
Preparation.
That's
Say again?
Dolatron. That's Dolatron again. Improved
Chemical name.
lympholyzed Dolatron pre-preparation. Preparation.
There you go. Yep. White odorless powder staying in aqueous solution for about 3.5 hours at a pH of 4.5, given intermittently by vein as necessary. Is recommended. Fortunately, this lymphocyte preparation, lympholyzed preparation is also now available for the experiments planned by the agency through the cooperation of blank and Mr. Blank. Ooh, John, I gotta go mobile.
Okay. Pharmacological and toxicological studies. The value of Dolatron as an intravenous anesthesia is also indicated in animal experiments. According to staff members of the blank, 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 through LSD 5L something, I don't know, for the sodium salt of Dolatron is approximately 3 times that of thiopental, THIOPENTAL, while minimum hypnotic doses for these two anesthesiology are similar. The duration of hypnosis is more than double. Something 53 minutes of Dolatron and only 20 minutes for thiopental in single something doses. Accumulation was observed. Reported intravenous dosing at regular, frequent intervals in rabbits using Dolatron and in dogs. This something-lation was minimum calculation. In contrast, using thiopental, we got to find out what thiopental is, boys and girls. Zena, come on in. You gonna help me out? Give me a mic check.
Hey, mic check. Sorry,
great day. How you doing?
Can you hear me? I'm doing my best.
All right. I don't know where I'm at now. Lost my page. In contrast, using thiopental with an identical procedure, the duration of hypnosis in rabbits and dogs became longer with much succeeding doses. Signs of toxicity as measured by hematology, weight and grams and bioscopic psychology maybe did not occur in dogs, which were something in deep something anesthesia for the some periods. There was no appropriate change in blood pressure in dogs receiving repeated rapid intravenous injections with Dolotron until doses were given which were large enough to cause respiratory paralysis. This is some strange ass shit. Thiopental is a barbiturate. It slows the activity of your brain and nervous system. Thank you, Zena. Chemistry. There's no way. Dolotron is the registered something of the chemical compound. Oh, that's a long chemical compound. What is this? What the fuck it says? Death agent, xenon, right? Look like xenon, Xenon.
Yeah. Yeah.
For purposes of very fast effect of anesthesiation without too great something of fatality resulting from its blank suggests the consideration of the of the inert gas something upon his. Can you see it real better than me? Zena, you want to take it over?
No, you're doing great.
Upon his advice or something, contracting blankety blank 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 for further information. Blank of interest in this connection is that according to the Russian RIA publishing his results in the Soviet Psychological Journal, something area at normal atmospheric pressure, atmospheric pressure has a narcotio effects 7 times stronger than the, xenon is a heavy, colorless, gaseous element.
Krypton.
It does look like krypton, don't it? 7 times stronger than that of krypton. Xenon is a heavy, colorless, gaseous element, and what? Represents one of the inert gases occurring both in the atmosphere, part in 170 millions by volume, and in gases from hot springs. Originally obtained by fractionated distillation of crude argon from the air, it can be considered to a liquid boiling at 0.8 through 0.9.3 Celsius and to a solid melting at 111.5 according to somebody's dictionary. This is a struggle, and this is 19 pages. We're going to stop at page 4, paragraph C. Don't forget. This shit hard. This is a lot. It's 19 pages. I don't feel like struggling right now. Okay, can we stop? And we'll pick up on file 68, page 4, paragraph C, stress and strain research. Stress and brain, is it strain? Yeah, stress and strain research. Nartran. This is difficult to fucking read. All right.
This is all scientific data, Don. That's why.
Scientific. That ain't why, motherfucker. I can't see the goddamn letters. I can read words.
That as well. That doesn't help either.
I understand scientific data, scientific information, baby.
Absolutely. No doubt about that.
All right, somebody please write this shit down. We stopped off at file 68, page 4, paragraph C, stress and strain research. Marathon, page 468. File 68, page 4, letter C. All right, I'm getting the fuck up out of this shit. My brain hurts like a motherfucker.
You got a headache?
Trying to read this shit, man. Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
You read this shit, man. And one gonna be sideways. God damn, page 6 is written sideways. Somebody gotta know how to flip that shit. There's a rotate. There's a rotate button. Okay, we can just rotate 6. Okay, they still can't see a goddamn thing on 6. All of it sideways from that point on, man. This shit wild. Okay, boys and girls, that was a lot, man. That look, I ain't did enough.
God, if we start off a little bit earlier next time, I'll give volunteer more time.
Okay, fine. 2:00. I'm starting this shit at 2:00 fucking clock Eastern Standard Time. The C.I.A. trying to read this shit. Thank you for telling me.
All right, we'll rock it.
2:00. Fine. Goddamn. All right, 2:00. We got to jump right into it so your ass can stay on the line with us. Okay. All right, y'all. Don Nicoleone, I'm finally signing out. The man of the hour is up next. Y'all have an awarding day. Please, and take care of yourselves. Peace.